Hello, my little fuzzies. Welcome to the Fuzzy Zone. My name is Flauschtastisch, and this stream or this video is kinda a test balloon for me trying to stream, make videos in English. So yeah, I'm from Germany, but I don't know. I kinda like these small games, and I know that they have not a big audience, so this was one of the reasons why I thought it might be a good idea. Another reason was that I had a friend who doesn't speak German this well, but English is totally fine. So yeah, she was also like, yeah, stream in English, you can do this. So we usually just mostly text in English. So I think that way I'm quite solid, not great, not an amazing English speaker, but I think vocally is a different level. So I will see how comfortable I am. Even though in the past years I lived for 8 years in a student dormitory in Germany, where English was pretty much the everyday language, because we had 70%, 80% international students. So I was living on the floor, and I was one German and 15 international, I think. So I hope it's not too bad. If it's bad, oh, please tell me how bad my German accent is. It's the good thing is now I can train it a little bit. And yeah, this test balloon is also a game I'm quite curious about, because it's described to be it's a visual novel from Japan, but it shall be something like music videos which play. So no idea, just gonna head right in. For language, if you don't speak English or not very good, it just has English or Japanese or Chinese. So yeah, English is the only way to play this anyway. And so let's dive right into. The game is from Kazuhide Oka. Shout out to this guy and to Kamitsubaki Studio. And let's try this. Maybe one thing, because it's for music videos, I try to not talk over them, so that we can also appreciate the music. Right now this loop, it's nice. I don't mean this, of course, just I don't know what to expect, so we'll see. I already see that I rewatch the video. Totally annoyed when I always see the mouse cursor. Okay, out of the shadow of a railway bridge and into the sunset-tinged light she walks. It feels like stepping into a whole different world. The bustle of the people coming and going around the station hits her like a sharp gust of wind. The thick fog of loneliness surrounding her is blown away instantly. The light shines right into Yomichi's eyes. She spins, and lets the flow of people carry her forward. The station is always crowded at this time of the day. Lots of people, lots of reasons for being here. People riding on their train home, people who just arrived here, people who just stand there waiting for someone. Yomichi liked it that way. The endless stream of stimuli flooding her sight and hearing kept her brain too busy to think. When she's surrounded like that, she almost forgets who she is. That's a huge way off her mind. But she liked being under a bridge or in small alleys just as well. One road away is all it takes. The crowd feels silenced. If you listened closely, you could still hear them, but it was only a muffled roar from a distant world. You could look at the wind, trying to rip off the tattered posters on the walls and think about yourself in peace and solitude. The night has almost arrived at the station. The sun slowly goes off to be replaced by the city lights. Yomichi strolled, waiting for the dark. Now, the station isn't close to either her home or her school. The chances of meeting anyone she knows are very, very low. Does it play at Christmas time? Or like, are we... I don't know, I felt because of the right side that this might be a fur with some lights, but yeah. I think these are maybe just some lanterns in front. We have them here too. Okay. The sun disappears between the buildings, leaving the sky black. Yomichi keeps walking. The things around her lose their shadows, and their silhouettes become blurry. In come the street lights, helping those things cast shadows again. And then she loses track of where she is. Before she knows it, she's walking in a desert. The moon's expanse of white sand and rocks spreads in all directions. The sky up above is lit by endless faint stars, but there is no moon to join them. Far away toward the horizon, a blur of light wavers like a mirage. You could think it was a reflection on a distant sea, but she knows it's a large moon city. She has never been there, and she couldn't even guess how many days it would take to walk all the way to it. A white desert and a black sky. Those are the only two colors she can see. She feels she could walk for hours with no addition to the palette. And yet, she keeps going, treading along as if on a familiar path. So Moonless Moon means the story plays on the moon, the other world, and of course the moon has no moon. Or what is this? What is this pun? Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit early to come to conclusions about the game title. She realizes something. She's not the only one. Through the silent world where cannot flow. The riddles one. You're about to play a riddle. During riddles, click on the words on the screen to examine them further and find keywords. So what are these colors mean? So words, I can click on top, and the keywords are like bluish and I can't click on them, or... okay, you can place keywords in the hidden slots in the sentences at the bottom of the screen. Once you correctly complete the sentence, you'll be able to move forward with the story. Okay, she's not the only one. Okay. A silent world where cannot flow. The desert spreads with no end in sight. A world of sand and rocks. But there, in the distance, like a mirage, lies the moon city. Countless stars hang from the sky. But the constellations they draw are weird and unfamiliar. Wherever she may be, she knows that she's far away from home. Here and there, the white sand is spotted by rocks of the same color. She tries to pick up one, but immediately it crumbles to dust. Did all of this sand used to be solid stone once? It certainly doesn't feel that way. This place feels too quiet for time to actually move forward. You can place keywords in written area. Okay, but I can first get all the keywords and then have to arrange it together, right? So here was stuff. And I can check out the Moon City. Yomichi squints at the buildings, wondering if people live there. But the city is too far for the dark silhouettes of people to stain the light from the windows. Even if there were people, walking all the way to them would take her days. Okay. She realizes something. She's not the only one walking through the silent world. Okay, Bert is back. She realizes something. She's not the only one walking through the silent world where time cannot flow. Okay, I like it. I really like it. That's cool. The only thing which is really not cool is I really hate the mouse cursor. I wish there would be like a cooler mouse cursor, which is a little bit more fitting. But I guess that's really a lot to ask, like from an indie game. But they change this. It's like the small detail. I think they don't really care about. I don't know. But I think it would add or improve the immersion really much when you don't see the standard Windows mouse cursor. But yeah, I don't know. I really hate it to like nitpicking always these small things, but want to criticize what I want to criticize, and I mean I also criticize that I really love the immersion and everything else. If that's the problem again, we're fine. We're totally fine. Eventually she hears footsteps other than her own. Oh, Yomichi, a new outfit already? Okay, once back to the mouse cursor thing, because I think I tried it before, but I want to try it again. If I can move it out and... Okay. I also don't see that any of the keys work, so I have to move it in. But I guess I can do it like this for you. Then my camera is useful for something. Where up is the mouse cursor? Up, where I pointed. Turn around, and there she is. Just bought these yesterday. Aren't they cute? Well, they are unique. She utters lazily with her hazy eyes pointed at the print on Yomichi's shirt. But Yomichi knows that she's more interested than she shows to be. You know, I've been wondering. You live in that city over there, right, Madobe? That I do. Isn't that far? I guess you could say it is. How do you come all the way here then? Manobi gazes at the mirage-like city she just said she lives in. Did you know? She asked with a sudden, impertinent smile on her face. Know what? That skipping along makes you faster. Almost as fast as light. I didn't know that. Yomichi tries skipping, but each step still only brings her one step forward. Ja, dann auch Shoutout an Oka vom EOC. Ich glaube, das war dasselbe Lied. Okay. Fand ich eigentlich ungewohnt, weil da jetzt ja auch wirklich nicht viel passiert ist bisher. Aber ist ja auch erstmal gut so rein. English. Okay. Have to get used to it. I liked it so far. The idea. Although, I don't know, of course, right now it was a little bit like, you know, we don't know anything yet, so it was like this abstract music video just, but it was, I think, nicely presented, so I could see this working quite well later for the story, and be more than just like, okay, we now have a nice song in between, that it's really connected to the story. It's a little bit sad maybe that there are no subtitles if the lyrics are important, but I don't know also if it's really this connected, because it said white that it was from a movie or so maybe it's it would be totally over the top and would just destroy a little bit the visual appeal of adding subtitles. And I mean, let's face it, I'm pretty sure that this game is mostly played in Japan and not anywhere else. But yeah, so far, love it. Okay, once school is over, Yomichi chooses her shirt for the day, puts it on, and leaves the house. After school is over? Okay, Japan, right? So, she has a school uniform probably. I hope she wears something at school. This would be appropriate. You can still see the sun in the sky. Her destination is a park, not far from her home. It's a small park in a residential area with little to boast other than a rusty slide and a dirty bench. A sad place she's never seen children play in. I wanted to say I love these small little like residential parks and all, but of course if it's like a rusty slide, I think a dirty bench, don't know, maybe I'm too used to it because of crappy Germany, I don't know. I mean, Germany's not crappy, but I think, yeah, it's hard, or it's an area often overlooked, and I personally, I can totally live with a dirty bench. It's like, yeah, you sit on your jacket then, usually. Clean, nice bench is of course nicer. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like every community, every city, village should take care of their playgrounds, because it's like so important for children to grow up in a safe and nice environment, I feel. And I feel in Germany it's also not the case. I remember when I was a child, there were not many playgrounds which were in a good state. You could see they were old and stuff, and I remember we were often going to the Netherlands, and there were like, where we actually went to playgrounds, because they were taken care of. But nowadays, if I think about it, like also like when I grew up, I noted that more and more of these playgrounds, which were like old and dingy and stuff, got like these new cool play sets, and I think it's not forgotten yet, and I hope it stays this way. She sits on the slides ladder and pulls out her phone. It's not worth it to risk a bench, considering how it's almost always wet. Friends from her class are talking about next week's test in a group chat. They ask her if she remembers what was supposed to be in the test, to which she replies with a simple nope. What little sky is left uncovered by the old houses around the park starts turning red. Eventually night comes. The shadows inside the park merge with the darkness outside. As the wind seems to take away the last ray of light still hitting the city, Yomichi finds herself standing inside a dark tunnel. It's dark in front of her, dark behind her, just dark all around. Once her eyes get used to the darkness, she notices there is a very faint light seeping in through the top of the tunnel. It's a green light. Not quite sunlight. Not quite fluorescent lamplight. She stretches and starts walking through the tunnel she already knows so well. When night falls, she finds herself in new worlds. She doesn't even remember when this all started, but she's pretty sure it didn't used to happen when she was a little girl. It probably was around the time she entered middle school. In any case, if she's alone at night, she will suddenly get transported to some unusual place. Is it just her mind traveling? Is her body also coming along for the ride? She has no idea. Oh my god. So that's why she looks that sleepy. At first she thought they were just weird dreams. When she started worrying, she was going insane. But eventually she got it. She can't predict where she will be transported, or when. But she doesn't get surprised anymore when it happens. She has made friends through these travels, and now she can even walk through an eerily lit tunnel without a care. There are openings in the concrete walls. They are large enough for someone to walk through. Voices come out of them. Shouts. Whispers. After going past a few of these openings, she finally finds the one she was looking for, marked by an unassuming sign hanging on top of it. She crouches and walks inside. Good evening, she says. Oh, hello there. The apron-wearing young man behind the counter smiles at her. There aren't any customers tonight. Shortly after she sits in front of the counter, the bartender serves her a cup of coffee. Along with the steaming cup, he hands her a shallow glass container. It kind of looks like an ashtray, but it isn't one. Yomichi is too young to smoke anyway. She slides the container to right below her face and looks into it. It's empty and polished to a mirror sheet. She grabs the cup and takes a sip. Yomichi never particularly liked coffee. She got used to the aroma because her parents drank it every morning. But no matter how many times she tried it, she just couldn't enjoy that bitter taste. The coffee they served here, however, was an exception. The flavor was rich and complex, and you didn't need any sugar or milk to mask the bitterness. One time, she even asked the bartender if he did anything out of the ordinary to make it taste like that. When he replied, "Nothing special," she she knew that it was a humble way to tell her that he put in a lot of effort in choosing the beans and extracting the coffee, while also implying that there was no secret ingredient. The coffee is as bitter and deep in flavor as usual. After one sip, she puts the cup back to the counter. On the counter. Okay, so she's not the coffee type of girl, but here she drinks coffee. So me personally, I'm clearly team tea. I don't know, I always recommend when you watch something or stream something, it's always a lovely time for some tea or just some water, or if you want coffee, who cares? Just keep hydrated. Yes. So let's see. I love a little bit the contrast in the scenery right now of a little bit dingy old counter and the shelves, and then there is like this fridge with this blue light, totally modern, and with this, I don't know what it is, on top of it, like this picture, like this pink dash of color. That's a cool scene. I like it. As she enjoys the aftertaste, she notices that tears have started streaming down her cheeks. She wasn't sad, nor happy enough to justify tears. The coffee's flavor was comforting, yes, but that was no reason for crying. And yet, every time she tasted the coffee here, she felt so warm inside that she ended up crying. She stares blankly in front of her, waiting for the tears to subside. After traversing her whole face, the tears drop down and into the glass container. That was the currency here in this world. The bartender gives you coffee and you pay him in tears. She has seen other customers here before. They all did the same thing. They had filled the glass container with tears, even when they were in the middle of a pleasant conversation. Once they were done, they would give the container back to the bartender. That happened in all of the shops inside the tunnel world. There was no money, except for tears. She thinks that it's nothing about the coffee making her cry. It's just the way this world works. In her day world, you cry when you feel moved. Here, you cry when somebody gives you something. She feels that the bizarre rule of any world she visits also applies to her for as long as she stays there. The same was true of the moon world where she met Madobi. She could breathe just fine despite having no air to breathe. Moving from a world to the next changes a lot of things. But the thing is, you get used to pretty much anything eventually. At first, crying in front of people felt extremely embarrassing. But now she doesn't mind it much, because in this world, it isn't much. Okay. So the concept is moving through lots of different worlds, and I don't know, we have to yet figure out how it's all connected then. But I love the idea of like attention to detail that world changes stuff. So yeah, that's also a cool idea. I don't know, never heard anything like this. Like, yeah, you pay with something extraordinary, but it's like really nothing, right? Like the idea of like paying with time, or like, don't know, with a hair of yours. I like the idea because it's really just like, it means nothing in the world. You pay with nothing. She turns her teary eyes upward and sees the bartender cleaning a cup. Now, she never speaks of her world while she's in this shop, but the first time she found herself here, she had started talking about it. The bartender wasn't in the least bit surprised, but he also looked like he could not care less. He treated every customer the same, regardless of who they were and where they came from. That was his policy. That made her feel comfortable, which is why she often came back and started following that rule herself. Mind if I talk to you, Hoshi? She has forgotten how she came to know this, but the bartender's name is Hoshi. Of course. Nobody even bothers asking that, you know? Is it weird? I'm sorry. I'm not used to this kind of place. Oh, don't worry. I'm not used to it either. He turns toward her with a look of genuine confusion on his face. How long have you been doing this? About half a year. Really? But the first time I came here was about half a year back. I'd probably just started then. That's surprising. There were a lot of people who looked like regulars at this time. They are just people who like looking like regulars. I even get first-time customers asking for the usual. And what do you serve them then? I just guess. And they do not complain. Oh, they don't. They have no idea what they want either. By the way, do you mind if I have something to drink too? Sure, go ahead. Hoshi crouches down and opens a cabinet below the counter. What were you doing before opening this place? Good question. What was I doing? Music, I think. I probably made a living out of music. So, you were a musician? You could say that. That's so cool. It isn't, really. I only lasted a year or so. Still cool. So you did something else before that? Before that, I drifted around for a couple of years. He stands back up and places a bottle of orange liquid on the table. It looks like liquor at first glance, but it's actually just orange juice. Most people here around do it. We work for a few years and then use that money to travel for a few years. Mostly. We are trying to get to the end of the tunnel. And when we are out of money, we find a new job nearby. Rinse and repeat. Yomichi looks at the reflection of her face on the bottle. I just opened up shop here because I found the place empty. The bottles and such were all here to begin with too. So it was already a coffee shop before you came here. Yes. Everything here belonged to someone else. The glasses, this apron, everything. Is there anything you brought here then? My clothes, I guess. I don't bring anything with me when I travel. Isn't that scary though? Hoshi stares at Yomichi. How so? I mean, you have no idea where you'll end up tomorrow. Indeed. Well, do you? I don't. Just thinking about what Hoshi has just said makes Yomichi feel uneasy, in a way she can't quite put into words. The first thing she could come up with was talking about her dreams for the future. How do they run out of money? It's tears. Can't they cry at any point anymore? Is it like they just sit there in this coffee shop, Hoshi, and orders coffee, gets the glass bowl and just tells it dry eye? Is it like starting them to itch or something like that? I like how the world is displayed here, but I don't know. I feel like so maybe the concept is also working because of this then, that you want to know a little bit more about the world, about what they said. Also, it's kind of interesting. It's like at work when there's like this. I'm not really this small talk kinda guy. But yeah, I mean, they just talk about nothing there. But I don't know, there's something intriguing right now to this, due to this new world change thing. That's really cool idea. I guess I'll just find a job and keep working there forever. In the meantime, I would get married, then get old. Normal stuff. I fear I missed the line. Isn't that why everyone worries so much about the future? If everyone lived as freely as you do, there would be no point in worrying at all. You have a point. I can't say I ever worry about it. All I can do is deal with the present. Hoshi pours the orange juice into a tall glass. The juice is cloudy and the colors uneven. That doesn't mean it's not a good choice for you. Finding a single place to work and sticking to it could work. I would get bored really fast though. You really are the carefree type. Doesn't that make everything easier? Yomichi isn't so sure about that. She isn't even sure there is a correct answer to that question. While Hoshi's lifestyle sounds easy, she couldn't help but feel worried about having no clear path in her life. In her case, that sense of uneasiness would be stronger than the enjoyments she could get out of it. But maybe a few years from now, she will see this with different eyes. At least all the people around these parts are like this. They just can't stay put in a place and go roots. We just go with the flow, like water. It's nice not to have to think about where you'll end up next. Yomichi is starting to get convinced about the merits of that lifestyle. So, you'll move out of here eventually. I sure will. When I get bored of it or when I have enough money to set aside, whichever comes first. Oh. That's sad. Why? I'm sure this place will get a new bartender in no time once I'm gone. The look of genuine confusion on his face makes Yomichi realize that for the people of this world, this is the normal way to think about things. Say, what's at the end of the tunnel? No idea. But I've never seen anyone come back after getting to the end, so I'm sure there's something. Which way is the end? To the right as you leave the shop. Hoshi empties the cup of orange juice in one go before making an utterly terrified face. How do they know there's not? If they never come back? Then just all the people who went as far had no reason to turn around. So this world kinda deals still with some kind of finite space, don't know. It's not like they are doomed to walk forever. At least in some kind of thought they have, there's like a destination place. This is no good. Shouldn't be this sour. So in a way, Hoshi and Yomichi kinda resembles the goals in life. Hoshi tries to reach the end of a tunnel, and acts like this according to the world rules, I guess. He likes continues going forward, working here and there if he's out of tears, while Yomichi has this sad vision of her growing up. I didn't felt it was a happy vision for her, and they both just seem to keep pushing. Yomichi laughs. As the slowly rises out of a cup, she hears the opening behind her. It is only the two of them in the shop. The only sound is the faintly playing record. She can't even hear any voice coming from the neighbors. She can see the steam coming out of the coffee cup. When she's here, she finds herself staring at things she normally wouldn't even notice. Ah, okay. Man muss jetzt also auch wirklich dann danach suchen, was das sein könnte. Okay. Ich versuche die aber auch zu finden, ohne dass ich da alles mal abscreene, auch wenn ich natürlich mal abscreenen werde dann. Steam ist blau. It's blue. Sorry, that's not German accent, this is just plain German. I don't know, feel normally? No. Coffee. Oh. Coffee is even a keyword. I think otherwise I don't see anything. Oh my god, I don't remember which it was. I think neighbor was one. I've never been to the shop near this one. What is it? I wonder, I've never been there myself, Hoshi says while staring at the wall. It could be empty, or maybe just an apartment. wall? And here the shop. No. An apartment checking out. Apartment viewing. There are also people just living here? Oh yes. Sometimes we need a break. I'm not open every day either. If I don't have a sign on the door, it probably isn't a shop. I don't see anything which... Door. Ah, as the doors... No. Steam, she has the door opening behind her, yeah. Okay, going back. Going back. Okay. So, it's either shop or record. Is that to the... or voice? No, then... record it was. What's the song? Yomichi asks after seeing the record player spinning in a corner of the room. Who knows? I just found it here. Roshi replies without an hint of interest. Okay, I think I get it. Like, the keywords are really something like the next talking point, so to speak, to ask about. So, record player? Is this? No. Can I see the record player anywhere? Doesn't seem so. Who knows? I just found it here. Roshi replies without a hint of interest. Okay, I mean it's obviously as steam slowly rises out of the cup. She hears the door opening behind her. Just trying. So, till now it seems to be like a linear story. As the steam slowly rises out of a cup, she hears the door opening behind her. But I think there was decision proclaimed to be inside. The shop's door opens and 2 customers walk in. Seeing this, Hoshi gets back to work. All the other customers do just as Yomichi. They drink their coffee, they pay their tears, and they don't really talk about themselves. She doesn't know whether they are travelers from this world like Hoshi or people who stumbled in here from another world. What she does know is that nobody here would care either way. So she didn't want to sit on the dirty bench, but she would sit on these benches. I would definitely try to get on one of these chairs. This looks like one of these old benches, like with this cushion on top you can't really take out, and which is probably soaked with beer and whatsoever. Why? Like these 70s or 80s vibe bars, I don't know, I don't really get it. I don't really get how they thought in the first place this would be a good idea. But yeah, don't know. She's sneaking a glance at the customers as they order their drinks in between, chatting. Suddenly, her phone buzzes in her pocket. She is disappointed. She hasn't even finished her coffee yet. Is this her alarm? She looks at the screen and sees a text from her parents. Oh, what time are you coming home today? The usual short question. She turns off the screen with a sigh. When she looks up, she sees Hoshi pouring a fresh cup of coffee and his hands are perfectly still. Actually, everything is perfectly still. Even the faces of customers and the liquid dropping from the coffee stiffen. It's like being inside a painting. The shop she felt so comfortable in now gives her that kind of anxiety you get when meeting with a complete stranger. I get that. Then everything starts moving again. Instants later, it all silently crumbles. Oh yeah, this anxiety when meeting a stranger, that's real. I mean, I think mostly, or for most persons, at least for me, it's not the problem meeting a stranger, but it's like meeting a stranger while others are there. It's like you can know two people, it could be your best friends, and then there's a stranger, and you can't really, for me at least, figure out what he thinks, who he is, how to approach him, because it's like, when it's kinda often then trapped in this small talk loop of like, don't know, let's say ordinary people, and I don't know, for me, I need to crack people first, or like to investigate them a little bit. Like, it sounds now totally weird and creepy and don't know, but it's like some real talk first, just to figure out if I can trust someone, or probably odds for them if they can trust me. So yeah, I get the feeling of anxiety of meeting complete strangers. It's like a sandcastle being destroyed, or like fog being blown away. Everything around her, as if it was made from something lighter than sand but heavier than fog, gets blown away by a wind that goes to nowhere in particular. It all collapses, melts together, and disperses so thin that you can't see it anymore. When she tries to touch the still half-full cup of coffee in front of her, it disappears as if she had tried to grab a puff of smoke. She is sitting by herself on the bench in the park she was in before. A lone streetlight coldly shines down on her. Her pants are wet because of the bench. It's uncomfortable. Oh my. So she was like kinda sleepwalking or so and sat down on the bench then. I wonder if the places she travels to are like linked to the places in real world. Because there are no benches everywhere, I guess, right? And now comes the song. Is this the concept? Shout out to Kazuya Morita, so all the back sound, yeah, it was a nice loop. I feel a little bit like being in a yet it's kind of like of being like in this promotion show, just that you have like these long low stories, yeah, not you don't get hype for the song, it's like the song gets featured in a way that it's more silent, so it's a nice approach to like showcase it. Yeah, I like it. Next story. I kind of feel I get used to this more and more. Yomichi loves drinking coffee in the tunnel shop. She likes the eeriness of a tunnel. She likes how she would end up crying even without any strong emotion. And she likes the way the bartender talks. likes the moon world, where Madobi lives just as much. How do you skip? What? You can't skip? It's not like I can't. Yomichi skips 3 times and overtakes Madobi. See, I can do it, but it's just normal skipping. What's that thing about being faster than light? Seeing other people skip is kinda funny. Sheesh. What she likes the most is strolling through that empty landscape while making small talk. When she's doing that, she feels more at home than when she is in her actual living room or when she's talking with her classmates at school. She rarely speaks to Madobi about her real life in the day world, but she feels like the kind of person that you could talk about anything with. Yes, she can talk about what she really wants to with Madobi. Skipping is like, well, do you ever watch videos on your phone? Yeah, of course. And you can skip ads and such, right? Yeah. Oh my. Nice old world. When no one cared about ads and everything, and now they are like all these influencers and they like make you care about them, and it's like you pay to not have the ads anymore, or you are like, yeah, okay, it's fine, they have to do it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of monetization, and it's not like the actual work they are doing is worth it anymore, or so it feels, but they have to make ads. Crappy word. I mean, I have no better solution, but it kind of sucks that we need ads, and it's not like, yeah, watching the video just like this, and the person can live out of it. It's the same thing. You instantly move forward in time by skipping. Wait, that's also skipping, but is that what you meant? It is? Madobi laughs so hard that she squints. She looks like she's having so much fun that Yomichi can't help but laugh as well. She knows that Madobi makes no sense most of the time. Maybe she is doing it on purpose. Maybe it is a rule of his world. Just like the weird rules in the tunnel world. And Yomichi, as a newcomer, doesn't get it yet. Yeah, I think in my life there could be like an auto skip. Like from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, just like skip. This would be not at weekends. That's fine. And maybe not during lunch break. Lunch break is fine. You can keep this. I actually like my work from time to time. In the right amount. What even in this world? Why is she here? Yomichi has no clue. Walking around in here makes her feel at ease, but with a faint melancholy aftertaste. These worlds she stumbles into disappear at the drop of her hat. All it takes is her phone ringing, or even just thinking too hard about the day world, and it all goes away like fog in the wind. She can come back eventually, but she really has no say in the matter. Maybe tomorrow, when the sun sets, she won't actually get transported anywhere. Lately, she wonders whether it's okay for her to be in these places at all. Thinking that the fun she has chatting with Medobi could suddenly end forever is as sad as it is scary. Moreover, the thought that she only feels at home in these weird, ephemeral places is just as scary. Would she be fine if she lost the ability to visit them? Probably not. These worlds are already something that she cannot live without. There's another thought that she tries to shove away from her mind. Maybe she's the one who creates these worlds. Children take in the stories of books and TV shows and start creating things in their imagination. Worlds where they are rescued by a charming princess or where they live a laid-back rural life in the forest. Could it be that she walked into a figment of her imagination? That would mean that no part of what she sees now is real. She would just be creating pleasant illusions to escape reality. That's a question I really had for a long time. And for me as a male gamer, a person, it never made sense to me or explained to me why we always say that girls need to be the princess which get rescued. Is it really like this? Do girls want this? I know there are always these games and movies where nowadays, or probably forever, where the girl is different, where the girl wants to be the savior and turning it up to show her this lovely person. But it always felt so weird to me. It's I always want to do this. I get the idea of dreaming to be like a princess. I get that this is appealing maybe for people, but it's also I feel like dreams you want to be in an active role and not to be this passive and dream oh yeah, he will save me or anything like this. I don't know, if I go back, of course, there are imaginations and dreams where I wish that other people also do something for me or something like this. That's totally fine, but it's always in combination that I do something actively. It's never, oh yeah, I just stay here and let things evolve around me. It's always somewhere there is some agency for me in the imaginations, and I think that's a healthy way to think of having agency in your life, that your decisions matter. So maybe that's a small criticize of this game, that there's a small display of this passiveness of this, the world evolves around me and I have no say in that picture, especially of girls, I guess. I mean, it's a princess picture, so that's the stereotype. I really hope it's not, but I mean, I think if it is, then it's probably because of these images. I can't imagine that's what young children without any what is it, role models who live this life would think of. Okay, enough side talk. Maybe one day she will have to forget about these words. Maybe she will find somewhere in the day world where she feels at home and can live a normal life just like everyone else. Who has played Finding Paradise from the To the Moon trilogy, or now four games in the series? Don't know what's it in English. If you haven't played it and you like this idea of seeing how this evolves, I strongly recommend Finding Paradise from Freebird Games, also small indie game studio. I mean, I recommend all 4 of these games, but especially Finding Paradise hits in this regard pretty much. And I personally like this font because I was also a dreamer, and kinda there are times one dreams less, and there are times when you dream more, and it's not really that I feel more happy in the times I dream less, but it feels more meaningful if you're like happy and safe in the real everyday world and you don't have to escape. And of course there's like a thin line, because one could say like gaming is also escaping, but I think that's a different part if you go into these imaginative worlds voluntarily, or if you escape to them because you are lost in reality. So yeah, I think that's always an interesting concept. And I hope that no one is scared to forget about these dream worlds, but that it's a good thing if you forget about these dream worlds. Maybe forget is really a strong word. Not forget, but that you move past them. Forgetting would be maybe a bad thing, because it's still a part of you. No, it's a good visual novel. It's definitely something else than usually with the story, but I think it gives a lot of interesting thoughts and things to think about. I didn't put up everything which I read and thought like this was interesting, because I thought sometimes like, okay, maybe it's just me now being too nitpicky again or judgy. Like one critical thing I think I picked up, it was like, nah. But sometimes I also thought like, okay, you can't stop everywhere. But I think this was worth it to let my mind wander a bit here. But that day could be very well be today. Still, she can't say goodbye to Medobi. She keeps half listening to her weird, possibly fake tales with a smile on her face. Hey! I want my keyword game. Keywords. Why is coffee blue? Okay. Again, shout out to Kazuya Morita. Was this the designer of the game also? I don't know. Shout out. Send Moonless. It's also a nice title. Oh, Yomichi. Welcome. A new character. When she walks into the small chimney-crowned hut, Yomichi is greeted by a lady who was busy making soup. The lady covers her soup pot with a lid and opens a cabinet nearby. The shelves are full of all kinds of things, seemingly in layers, with the ones at the bottom looking as old as the shelves themselves, and getting more and more newer looking the closer to the top they get. The lady gets a small box from near the top of the cabinet and places it on the table in the center of the hut. There are a fireplace, a cabinet, and a table. There's also a small blank bed and a window that you can see the sky through. And that is all the furnishing of this tiny brick hut. Yomichi looks at the box. It is a small wooden box with a glass cover, and inside of it there is a single butterfly with beautiful green wings. The butterfly does not move. It is a replica. she takes the box in her hands and gazes at how the light reflects off of her butterfly wings. Once satisfied, she puts it back on the table and sits on one of the 2 chairs there. I'm right now thinking about like a German word which is called entschleunigen, and ask myself if there is like an accurate translation in English. So entschleunigen means something like something is slow paced. Entschleunigen means like you have like this life always like on the one on it's always stress. You have to get to work. When you have after work your club activities. You have to buy Christmas presents now. You're always on the move more or less. You never can like just sit down and relax. And entschleunigen is a German word for like what the game right now is. Just sitting down. But it describes appreciating the little things, like some easy things. Just do nothing really. Like drink a cup of tea, sitting at the window, just looking outside. And it's not about being bored, but to enjoy the moment then. So I think that's the motive maybe of this scene, of this small idea. Wanna eat something since you're here, says the lady after going back to the pot. Thanks, just a bit though, she replies. The lady with a childish laugh takes 2 shallow bowls out of the cabinet. I remember I was once visiting a friend and I was also like, yeah, no please, nothing to eat. I already had plenty at home, and yeah, it was like, no, eat. And so usually what like grandmothers would do, and I was really like, no, and it went on for like ever. Like we were sitting already at the table, we were eating and again asking. And at some point I was just like, I don't know why, just cook like 3-4 spaghetti strings and that's it. And I was like, yeah, this is the amount I can eat, that's it. And he just stood up and got a whole portion on it and some sauce on top, and I was just like, oh, I'm really not hungry. Yeah, so yeah, it's a standard answer, I know, just a bit though, but I had to think about it because you always get more than you asked for. That's a rule. And I mean, take 2 shallow bowls. Shallow is good. It's not big bowls. Childish. That word feels somehow rude. With her shoulder-length wavy hair and her simple dress, the lady looks just as young as Yomichi. But her calm and subtly refined demeanor make Yomichi think that she is, in fact, a lady. Quite a few years older than her. Can I ask you something, Ito? Of course, she softly replies. Her hair hides her face, but Yomichi can guess that she is smiling. Everyone, including Yomichi, calls this lady Ito. But, as this turns out, this is not her real name. She doesn't even have a real name. She doesn't need one. That is what she told Yomichi when the two first met. Why would someone living alone in a small hut need a name for? It's not like there's anyone calling her for her. Except, of course, for occasional guests like Yomichi, who resort to calling her Ito. Yomichi has to wonder what it feels like living without anyone ever calling your name. But she gets cold. If people call you, then it's your name, kinda, right? That's the point here. I get it that like a name means nothing, but does this mean that she herself doesn't identify with Ito? That it's like herself who says like, I'm me, and that's enough for me. Like, I don't know, I get the feeling that the point a little bit what the author wants to make is, so, for example, now I am flauschtastisch, or flaushy, or whatsoever, so it's like, I am not me right now, I'm like a picture of me, kinda. A picture I create of myself, I wish to be myself, but also like pictures how like others describe me as. So there's like a difference between the real me and like the flauschtastisch, and even from the viewpoint of who it is. And she says that she's not participating in it, so it's like there is this Ito, and like Yomichi knows this Ito, but she doesn't know this Ito because she doesn't want to think about how she is or what it is. Could this be the meaning of this? I don't know if this was totally twirled around, that this was understandable what I mean. I mean, I get that for me, like, people think too often, like, what are they doing? How will it be appreciated? So, like, for example, me, I'm not streaming the game right now because I'm trying to speak in English while playing a game, and want to see first how it turns out. Maybe I will upload it later, but still, there was like this vision of a me caring about flauschtastisch and projecting and having doubts about it, and not just acting as myself. I don't think that this was a really good example, but nothing else comes to my mind right now. I wonder if it's like one of these games where it's like, if it would be in like native language, it would flow better, but I feel it's a good translation already. But it feels like something not written originally in English, not thoughts originally made in English. Or in German, either, I feel. Like, I mean, I think I have heard about a study, not read one, it's like a podcast or something like this, people mentioned it, I think, once, and I found it really interesting that actually the language of like the philosopher, so like of a philosopher of countries differently, is leading their thoughts. So different countries have different ways to philosophize because the language leads them, guides them this way. And of course, a certain way of living forms the language. So, for example, right now let's say the gender war is kind of just a reproduction of different views which want to form the language that way. And I mean, of course, there are some people who say like, yeah, I just don't care. I like all the gender ideas and all this, but like the language, it goes too far and stuff. And it's also, I feel, a valid point, but it's like to like criticize if people want to, bad word, cancel culture, again, probably something can be used to go against stuff. But like if people want to lecture you because you're using a word which is not right anymore. But I feel like it's always better if you proceed and live what you feel is right yourself. And no one can be mad at you if you gender or something like this. And you're not forcing anyone, you just do it. And I feel like people will see it if they understand it, if they feel you. I mean, you can still tell them, right? You can still argue. I mean, carefully. One should not judge for someone not having a thought. But I feel like that being a good example could lead to changes in the language also. So it goes in both ways. So I wonder right now if this right now would work. If this comes from Japanese language a little bit, this thought, because I like it. Never really thought about this one. It sounds a little bit like being out of some philosophy book that there's psychology. I don't know. What was it with Freud? I don't know how it's in English, but there's like the me and the over me and the them maybe. I don't know. Or it was in German, I think it would be word by word translation the it. So it's kinda like this maybe. Okay. I'm moving on. I hope the thoughts were interesting for you too, or that you also had similar thoughts about this. Why do you have shares and dishes in pairs, even though you live alone? Ito hands a bowl of soup to Yomichi and then sits down on the other side of the table. The soup glistens as if it were liquid gold. Because I get guests sometimes. Like you now. She laughs once again. The extent of her elegant, refined demeanor ended with when she opened her mouth. Somehow, to Yomichi, the way she spoke felt like the purest, most unadulterated way to speak. It had the purity of someone who naturally picked up on words by living alone in a hut. So a little bit like continuing the metaphor of not having a name. It's like having a small children who also doesn't know yet who the children is. Maybe. Oh, but come to think of it, it's because I used to live with my mom here. You have a mom? Of course. I didn't grow up in a cabbage field. No, yeah, I mean, so what about your dad? Ito shakes her head. That I don't have. Did he pass away? No, I just never had one. It's just mothers who give birth to us. By themselves. Naturally. I know it sounds weird, but that's how it is. Wow. Yomichi assumes that this is just another way in which this world's rules are different from her own. She knows that there are all kinds of worlds, and Ito is probably the only inhabitant of this one. All the guests that come to visit her do so from other worlds. This is actually how Yomichi first learned that there are other people able to travel between worlds. Not that she's ever run into one. Yomichi brings a spoonful of soup to her mouth. The gold liquid tastes as precious as it looks. The large pieces of carrot and potato are cooked to perfection and melt in her mouth. Are all of these veggies from your field back there? Oh yes. I grew all of them myself. That's impressive. I only grow what I need to eat. I also used some ingredients that people brought me for the bouillon though. I only have sheep around here. People as in guests? Yes. Sometimes they bring me stuff. Like that butterfly. Ito points at a small wooden box with her gaze. This isn't the first time someone had given Yomichi a replica like this. Can I ask about it? Go ahead. As long as there are questions I know the answer to. Who brought you this, and why? Did they ask you to give it to me? As for who? I can't quite remember. It wasn't even that far back, but I just forgot. Her usual smile makes it difficult to tell whether she's avoiding a question or she genuinely doesn't know. And I was told to give this, yes, but probably not to you specifically. If I recall correctly, I was told to give this to the next person to visit me. After swallowing the soup, Yomichi goes back to staring at the butterflies ring. Sometimes people from other worlds give her insect replicas. Nobody ever told her the reasons behind it or why they are insect replicas specifically. All they would tell her is to bring them back with her. They aren't even gifts per se. She's just keeping them for someone else, apparently. She had no clue where these replicas came from and where they were supposed to go, but she still went ahead and took them. Maybe this is yet another weird rule from another world. Still, it's a very small price to pay for this good of a soup. Looking at the reflected into the soup, Yomichi takes the in her hand. The sunlight coming in through the window, and the flames soaring in the fireplace, enshrouded the hut in a gentle light. The corners of the hut are always left in the shadow, but here, even that feels cozy. The furniture is only comprised of a bare minimum: a table, a cabinet, a fireplace. Even though she looks like she has a lot of free times on her hands, Ito never looks bored. Sunlight. No. Window. Check out. I thought maybe sunlight could be reflective. Okay. The glass panes on the window are perfectly clean, but the scene behind them looks distorted. Glass is a liquid, it just kind of distorts over time, Ito explains. For real? Who knows? But I heard someone say that it was. Yeah, glass is a liquid, that's true. Liquid, distorted. I don't see anything which makes sense. I know it was window before, right? Or did I check this glass before? I feel like there was something. Sorry. Skip. I learned skip. Okay. Sunlight coming through the window. It was okay. Fireplace. Flames is good. A crackling sound comes from the fireplace. Its wavering light dances on the ceiling. Do you cut the fire with yourself? Rarely. Some guests just bring it to me and it's usually already the right size. Oh, so it's not from here? Of course, there are no trees here. But she knows what trees are. If you got trees in the fields behind your house, could you do without the people bringing wood to you? I wonder. I feel that even if I planted trees there, they wouldn't grow. There have never been trees there after all. Yomichi wonders if a wooden spoon in Ito's hand was also brought here from another world. So she got told there were trees probably. Like, you know, when you were like, I mean, nowadays there's internet, no one can say, but when, like, there was this children's book, and you got, like, explained something to you which you never saw, and you had no picture in your mind, and you made it all up in your mind, like I'm pretty sure like it's nothing like a dragon or something like this, but oh, actually I have one example at hand. It's like was the board game, I think, Dune, the old one from 1980 or something whatsoever, and I had in my hand a card, like it looked to me like a small animal, a small creature or so. I think it was something called like a sniffler or so. Oh my god, what? Yeah, I know. Yeah, there was like, it protects for a Lasgoon. And in my mind, I started thinking about what a Lasgoon is. I don't know Dune. I have not watched Dune back then yet. I just play the board game and I read the word Lasgoon. And I just see like, I think like there's like some kind like a niffler or so, I thought in my mind, which protects me from it. So I thought a little bit like the Lasgoon, because it sounded a little bit like the Nazgul, would be like the fell beast, the Nazgul white on top. But it would be like this monster, or like I knew there was a sandworm in Dune, so I thought something like this, but I had no clear mind of the worm, so I made I think we drew a picture afterwards because everyone was making so much fun of me because I was like, the game was over and I never got the Lasgoon card or so, and they all laughed about me, and I explained like how I pictured it and we drew it, and it was some kind of like lindworm, I don't know the word in English, like this dragon, but like snake type of dragon. It didn't have wings, but it was like had the shards and everything, and how I pictured it myself. And I don't know if anyone noticed what actually it was protecting for. And it's not the Lasgoon, it's the laser gun. The laser, I don't know how it's in English. I think it was a German version, so maybe this helped it. But yeah, Lasgoon was basically the laser gun. And I think it was nothing like a small creature which protected me, but like a shield. But the picture were from 1980 or so, couldn't really make it. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is now also like 5 years ago or something like this. It's a little bit sad that I can't think of another example right now where I had to make something up in my mind when someone described me what it is and stuff. That's actually a cool gift to have like these fantasies and to come up with something. Not come up with something, but like come up with something which gets described to you, which you don't know, you never experience at all, you never have any reference point. I feel like me playing this game kinda without like making a YouTube video. And not knowing whether to upload it or not. Could be also like a little bit meta, just to make videos for yourself. I'm pretty sure it happens a lot of times. But many people say like, yeah, I want to try this. And they make a video and never upload it. But it's always they try it. But I wonder if there are people who just make videos because they want to make videos and not upload it. How often this happens. So just making it out of fun of it. Talking, because I feel like for me it helped like to stream, to just talk a little bit. But it's always like this sort of pressure and stuff. I feel right now already like when I make just videos, you can talk just way more freely and you don't have to care about others. The question is whether this would be good content to watch if you don't care about others and just do your stuff, or if it's not. Before I would have said yes, but I'm not sure now, because now it's like, who would care about these stupid thoughts I have, which are not very original itself, I feel. Why is field blue? The hut. No. Shadow. Corners could be, but I don't think so. No, this was the tweet diagonal. Window was the liquid glass. Furniture. No. Table or cabinet. Nope. Probably the same. Time. What do you do in your free time? I spin the wheel from a sheet to make thread and such. That doesn't really sound like free time, doesn't it? Thread? Honestly, no real idea here. I mean, you can just take up the spoon, but it's not this. But what would be about the ceiling reflected in the soup? Okay, well, that's that. So it's a beautiful ceiling, apparently. Looking at the ceiling reflected into the soup, Yomichi takes the spoon in her hand. Followed by Ito's warm gaze, Yomichi takes another spoonful of soup. Ito. Yeah. You know that there are worlds other than this, right? Obviously, yes. I'm the only person living in this world, she replies. The words themselves were blunt, but her voice was gentle and her smile kind. You also came from another world, didn't you? Yomichi nods slightly. Don't you ever want to go somewhere else? See other worlds? Not really, she immediately replies. Why not? Well, why would I? Why do you think I would want to do that? Because in other places there are other things. Oh, I bet there are. But I don't really feel like I want to go and see them. Yomichi worries she might have unintentionally been rude to her, but the gentleness in Ito's voice just makes her too comfortable. What if those other things were better than what you have here? Yomichi asked her a question without much confidence. After all, she's not sure she's ever seen any place better than this one. There probably isn't one. She wishes there were, and hopes that she'll be able to find it in one of the many worlds that she hasn't been in yet. Okay, I guess. I think that's a question many of us asked, and it's... I mean, capitalism undoubtedly, or like I call it not capitalism, but like the dreams to find something better, undoubtedly made the world also a better place. Like live with less harm and stuff, I feel. I think. But like this thriving for like improving, for like having a better world to live in. It's also kinda a little bit toxic, I feel, because it can like poison like the thoughts of yours. It's like you never have enough. So I feel it's a good question to ask, like whether it's better to be like happy with where you are and enjoy it and have your happy life and to strive out for more, to decide when you do what. And of course, in the world we live, it's never really a question to stay in a place because the world around you changes, right? So you can't really stay where you are, and you have to move at some point. It's not like the stillness in this world of ethos, where you can just stay as you want all the time. And I sometimes feel like when we are looking back at the past and people get like lost in medieval ages or so, or like wishes to be like living in a forest, it might be slower paced and stuff, but it never really was like stillness. It's like when a storm comes and destroys your home. It's like you can maintain at a certain point, but we are always like vulnerable to like the world shifting around us. And potentially over what we can fix and stay in the stable point we are. Like, no, we don't have to just say about like human climate change right now, for example, which will force many ways of living to change. I mean, like, if you know, like the German islands in the Northern Sea, I mean, these haven't been islands all the time. There were sometime in the medieval ages like a big flood, and I mean, no one really knows now how many people died, how many lost their homes at this time. And it's like for these people, things just change like this. And I mean, of course, we humans just have a short lifespan in which things happen. But I feel like one should never be too safe, too sure that one is safe from any changes and that one can just live your life, because you always have to think about that. It might not last. So yeah, I think that's a good question. I think everyone has to answer it for themselves. Whether or not to push for something more, or to just be happy what you have, and be happy with it. Sometimes people will ask me that. It replies with a gentle, somewhat aloof voice. But I just can't imagine a place more wonderful than this. What does that even mean? A larger place? A place with more stuff in it? No matter what I imagine, what I have here seems better. I like how cozy it is, and I have all I need. Of course, maybe I just say this because I don't know what is actually outside. Pretty sure many people think about these things a lot, like not having like a full packed room, thousands of stuff, and just be a little bit like have a humble, small little house with just the things you need. But that's not how our world works. And I mean, game is again consumerism at some point. I think it might be a little bit too mainstream thought right now for me right now here. Yomichi doesn't know how to reply to that. One time I said the very same thing to someone. They replied that they feel for me. Poor little thing, they said. I don't get it. I'm not sure why anyone would feel for me. Do you think I'm wrong, Yomichi? I mean, it's not like I know that all of her world blows up, right? So, I mean, if you feel for like indigenous people in the rainforest and you know, oh my god, they will get problems, I can get that. I mean, I still would not say like, yeah, let's free them by force or something like this, but there's like a certain sense of discomfort for me. But for her right now, that's good. Me? Well, oh, I'm not being sarcastic. I genuinely want to know. Should I really try to go somewhere? Would I find something better than what I have now? And mind you, I really can't imagine what better even means. She smiles at Yomichi, who can see her own reflection in Ito's eyes. They are bright and clear. Staring into them almost makes Yomichi feel inadequate. I'm sorry, I don't know. Yomichi looks down and finishes her soup. Ito, looking content, puts an elbow on the table and rests her chin on her hand. Her whole world is in the sun. The field behind it, the small garden all around. It is completely in itself. She doesn't know about anything else and doesn't wish for anything else. If she traveled and found new, wonderful things that she could start wishing for, would that make her happier? Yomichi thinks to herself while staring into the empty bowl. I mean, Ito is kinda right now a little bit like the picture of bliss, I feel. So that's why I would say no. Ito is staring out of her own little window. Of her one little window. I wonder if I should be more ambitious. Outside the window, the peaceful panorama seems to go on and on forever. Yeah, ambition can be real. No. She says she shall stay there. She shall stay there. So, after parting with Ito and leaving the hut, Yomichi stands outside, unsure of what to do. She is in the middle of a lush green prairie. Search for the wandering castle. Ito's small brick hut is like an island in an ocean of grass. Except for the small field behind the hut and the tiny stream flowing beside it, there's nothing but grass. No towns, no mountains, just grass. This really does look like. I think Wandering Castle is reminding me of like this hut. Or was this Laputa? I don't know, I get flashback vibes. The breeze feels nice and the sky looks as white as it could ever be. But the prairie and the stream don't actually go on forever. This is what has left Yomichi so confused. Not too far away from the hut, both just stop abruptly. This actually was an island in the sky. I don't think it was Laputa which looks like this, because when I think about it, where was the scene? I don't know, was there like a part in House-Moving Castle where there were these huts? It could be also just like because I think of Japanese and this soundtrack maybe like this or something like this. That I think more of Ghibli because the hut looks perfectly fine, could be also in the Alps or something. But of course, an island in the sky is Laputa. But I don't know where Laputa would have seen. Right now I picture myself here, the prince, hopping along somewhere. But I guess probably not. I have to rewatch. Castle in the Sky. Not Castle in the Sky. House Moving Castle. The small patch of ground with an even smaller hut in the middle of its extent of Ito's world. What's there in the backyard? Yomichi can't go back. There is no back to go. She walks away from the hut and lies down on the grass. To say the truth, Yomichi knows how to go back. She could just text a classmate on her phone or think about the homework she has to turn in tomorrow. That would send her straight back on to her own world. But she wants to stay here for a little longer. I can understand this. She wants a little more of that sunlight, coming in through the sparse clouds of a fresh smell of grass, of that not quite wind, not quite breeze. She loves this world. The sunlight has never felt so pleasant in the day world. She has never laid down on the grass there. You should also lay down on the grass in the day world. It can be amazing. She loves the moon, the tunnel, the island in the sky. Way more than the day world. She isn't that uncomfortable in the day world. She has kind friends and teachers at school. Her parents, as far as she can tell, are always putting her first. The way they are always asking when she's coming home is a bit annoying. But she understands that they do it because they love her. It's an average, happy environment to live in. But it's not your world, probably. Not in the sense that she wants to live in the metaphor world, but not the world where she herself can express herself, can live as she wants. Yeah, she just has perfectly fine friends in Overstate. It's not like you feel you belong there, really. It's like, yeah, it's the best place to stay right now, more or less like this. It's fine. That's it. But nowhere in that world can she find a place as comfortable as this deserted prairie. Nor can she find anyone who she can talk to as freely as she can with Adobe. To her, this very fact feels wrong. She's scared that one day she will wake up from this dream and will have to go on living bound to just one world. That is the world she was born in. She has no choice but to live in that one. I shouldn't be wasting time like this, she tries to persuade herself. Okay, that's what I said before. I think it's nothing she should be afraid of. It should be something I'm sure she will find and something to look forward to. That you will find this kind of world, this kind of home feeling in your real world. She feels the world around her growing distant. She feels like she doesn't belong. She feels sad about laying down here. She tries to shake off those feelings, but she can't. Suddenly, everything crumbles into dust and fog. The whole world turns into sand and disappears. But she feels that she's the one crumbling. After all, the only thing that is disappearing is what her Yomichi sees. After everything has completely disappeared, she finds herself staring at the shining stars in the sky. She's laying down on the rooftop of her apartment. The pleasant smell and soft texture of grass are nowhere to be found. The hard, concrete floor hurts her back. Yeah, now go out of her apartment, go to the small, little, dingy park and lay down on the grass. The only thing remaining of that world is the butterfly replica in her hand. So, in-game there are other worlds. yeah, I think I like the story so far best. This was really a really cool story. I really liked the thoughts. Tiny house. Composer again, Kazuya Morita. The next day, when Yomichi wakes up in her room, she can no longer find the butterfly replica. Or maybe it isn't real. The empty box is still on her desk again, where she put it last night. The lid is still closed and intact. But the butterfly somehow isn't there. It is as if during the night it came alive and magically escaped through the glass. This happens every time she brings back an insect replica from another world. The insect just disappears while she's not looking. She once tried to apologize for this to the person who had given it to her, but she was met with laughter. So that was probably intended. Still, she can't understand what this is all about or where the butterfly has gone off to. She puts the empty box away into a drawer. She has a few of them already in there. She could throw them away, seeing how the important part is the replica inside, but she stores and treasures them. After all, that is the only thing she can bring back from the world she visits. Now, they are proof of her connection to those places. One day, they will be a memento. There's no school today, so Yomichi wears the shirt that she's just got yesterday and goes out. She's riding the train to her usual station, a large station full of people. It isn't even the largest station in the area, and it's a bit far from both her house and her school. She has no real reason to go there. The people are going around town all have reasons, all have goals. Getting to work, shopping, having a secret meeting with someone. If she happens to sit next to one of them, that's nothing but a coincidence. She doesn't talk to them, she doesn't look them in the eye, and she overall pretends they don't exist. This is nothing like students bullying a classmate by pretending he doesn't exist. When you're crossing the street and someone is approaching from the opposite direction, you step aside in order to avoid them so as not to hurt each other. That is what this is. She avoided everyone's gaze like an animal, trying to convey that it isn't trying to threaten anybody. If anything, that is the way of connecting with people in itself. Kindness and avoidance, even. At the same time, no matter how many people she has around her, she always feels alone. Every single individual sharing the space with her is actually living in their own little world. She gets out of the station and into a smaller street where the buildings cut out some of the sunlight and most of the noise. Around her are fancy cafes, deserted thrift shops, stores dealing in unguessable goods, and multi-store buildings. She's never come here before. Despite all the walking she has done around the city, there still are dozens of streets which are completely new to her. She keeps walking under the building's shade while peeking into the windows of the many intriguing shops, stores. She sees someone walk around the corner. She could only catch a single glimpse of this person. But that glimpse was enough to surprise her. That person looked like Madobi. Yomichi stops walking. She's feeling something familiar, like when the world crumbles into dust before her eyes. She feels as if she's floating in midair. The world around her suddenly stops feeling real. But the day world doesn't crumble and disappear. The colors that seem to fade come back as soon as she blinks. She considers running after that person, but she doesn't. Madobi could never be in this world. It must be someone else who just happens to look like her. Maybe this person doesn't even look like Madobi all that much. But Yomichi felt she does because of how much she wants to see her. She sighs and drops her gaze to the floor. She feels her throat clenching. This feeling of pathetic sadness brings her on the verge of tears. She needs that world so much so that she hallucinates its inhabitants even in the broad daylight. Walking on that street seems to flip everything on its head. The real world now feels like an illusion, a dream, a distant mirage. I'm not fine, she thinks to herself. She is addicted to Madobi and all those other worlds. Those dreamlike worlds are starting to take over her reality. With no little effort, she keeps herself from just dropping down on the floor. After a while, she starts walking again. As she passes by it, she gives a quick glance to the alley that the Madobi lookalike walked in earlier. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing if you see like the dream worlds a little bit in this. I feel like it's meant a little bit like you have your images, your visions in your head, and it's just like a deja vu when you meet something in real life which is like this. I think much more likely, which many people I feel have. It's like you meet like a person who is just like someone from a movie you know. Yeah, like a person you thought could never really exist. Like, I don't know, like from friends you meet someone who is just so perfectly a Chandler, even though a Chandler is like a fictive person, a person which is so ridiculous to exist, and still you meet someone and you just think like, yeah, he's like this, just like with a person you made up, and that's okay to feel like seeing something in it. It's It was a dark, damp alley with nobody in it. I wonder why I'm here. Yomichi asks to nobody in particular. She often finds herself asking that question whenever she's walking through the vast expanse of the moon desert. Nothing but sand, all the way to the horizon. The stars in the dark canopy above have nothing to lit. It feels like being the only person in the whole universe. But if Yomichi is on the moon, that means there is a certain someone nearby too. Going through your philosophical phrase, Madobi asks nonchalantly. Maybe I am. Whenever she comes here, Yomichi always runs into Madobi. She isn't trying to. After all, she still doesn't know how to get to that far away city, and they aren't arranging it beforehand. but every single time it just happens. Seeing her face is what makes this moon world complete. It's a difficult age to be at. Did you go through that phase too? Oh, I shouldn't. I'd be sighing my heart out, even in deep dark nights like this one. Now, as an adult, Yomichi says, unsure whether the dark sky above her is indeed a nightly one. Do you ever think that was silly of you? Sometimes. I think back to it and start laughing. Medobi replies while walking with long white steps. But you know, that's fine. This phase where you sigh night after night, it's not as long as you think. So who cares? Enjoy being a budding lady. Not sure enjoy is the right word. Spoken like a budding lady indeed. Oh, shut up. Yomichi is shocked by how she can be so openly blunt. She and Medobi don't even know each other that much, nor do they have any idea of what the other does except for these long walks. Any idea of what the other does except for these long walks together. I don't have any idea what you're agonizing over so much. Medobi keeps looking straight in front of her. It's not like we are here laughing our hearts out because we've solved all of our problems. Sometimes you're too busy, sometimes we just can't do enough. But still, here we are. So, I'm not trying to preach, mind you, she continues. But hey, things be what they is, you know? Things be what they are. Yomichi does not. In fact, no. Have you actually been worried by anything lately? She asks. That sure is blunt. Sorry. Nah. I like your youthful honesty. Worries, huh? I'm up to my neck in those. Medobi raises as a hand as if to start counting, but it takes her a good while before raising a single finger. For example, see, my favorite coffee shop just changed to some new beans. That's underwhelming. Yomichi wonders if a coffee shop on the moons are anything like the ones she knows. All she has seen here is this desert. By the way, why do you come out here in this desert? What? Here? Just to walk? So far away? Well, yeah. Medobi sees Yomichi's eyebrow raising and starts laughing. Oh, I get it. It's nothing weird, really. It's like going for a drive or going to see the city by night. Same thing. Same thing. This desert. Girls who treasure their alone time love it. Oh. This explanation isn't very convincing, but if Medobi says it's popular with moon people, Yomichi has no choice but to believe her. Even at school, the games and books popular with the boys made no sense to Yomichi. She tells herself that this is more or less the same thing. The two keep walking together, with just enough distance between themselves that they couldn't touch each other's outstretched hand, but barely. As she looks at Medobi's, Yomichi remembers how the looked. Far away, past the desert, there is a city. Yomichi can see its lights, but she cannot hear a single noise coming from it. It could be because it's so far away. It's difficult to believe that Medobi actually lives there. As she looks at Madobi's, Yomichi remembers how the desert and city. How many people are there in that city? I'm not sure. Never counted. So they are so few that you could just count them? Nah, that would be impossible. Look, can't you tell how big of a city it is? Are the people in the city normal humans like us? I guess they are. I'm not sure what you mean by normal, but they are just like the two of us. Like they are not immortal or anything. Oh no, I wish I'd like being immortal. Immortal. I'm not sure I'd like being immortal. Why not? I mean, that would I even do with all that time. Be free, fly around, like butterflies. I wish I had some of what you have, Madobi. Butterfly. Remember how the butterfly looked. This could be. I think I have all of these. Here we're just people. Noise. Lives. Okay, noise. Is the city as silent as you? Oh, not at all. It's so noisy. Noisy enough that I come all the way here to take my walks. Is that because there are so many people in there? Well, mostly it's construction sounds. The sound of a city getting bigger. Not so soothing, is it? Walks. Construction. Yomichi remembers that there's a construction going on in the alley behind her house as well. Yeah, not soothing at all. Right? I wonder whose idea it was to have pipes and cables running through the whole city. It made the whole place so noisy. I'm not sure we're on the same page here. Yeah? Well, we have electricity thanks to these cables. Construction and lives. You live in that city, right? What's your job? What? That's a secret. You can't tell me? I mean, it's more that it would be hard to explain. It's probably a job you don't know. Hearing this, Madobi's back suddenly feels like it's gotten far, far away out of reach. I mean, it's probably the butterfly, but looking at Madobi's back, it's the only. But it's not. How the desert. No, LA doesn't make sense. Back at LA. As she looks at Madobi's back, Yomichi remembers how the alley looked, because she thought she saw Madobi's back there. Okay. Madobe's back reminds Yomichi of a person she saw earlier in the day world. That can't be her. Madobe lives on the moon and knows nothing about the day world. She could never be in that city. But the butterfly replica did make it all the way into her world. Maybe, just maybe, she would bring Madobe back with her as well. Yomichi closes the distance between the two and grabs Madobe by the hand. She explains that she wants to try something and Madobe immediately agrees. So, what should I do? Her eagerness is as unexpected as it is comforting. Even if she actually made it to another world, to her, that would probably only count as a fun little trip. Instead of explaining to Madobe what she's trying to do, she starts thinking of how to actually do it. If anything, she's the one who would like an explanation. Assuming Madobe could come with her, what then? Yomichi asks herself this question before replying to Madobe, but she still doesn't know. What then? Probably nothing. If she walked around the day world with Madobe, it would probably all start feeling like a dream, just like these worlds feel during her normal day-to-day life. Nevertheless, she wants to try. I'm not sure what I'm trying to do myself, she lets slip as she tries to answer Madobe. Madobe breaks in a genuine, heartfelt laughter. Of course you don't. You're a budding lady after all. These words make Yomichi realize that she's not the only one to have ever suffered this. This indescribable feeling that is enough to make the weight feel light. I guess you're right. Grateful for Madobe, Yomichi decides that she will try anything she can come up with. Maybe that will help her understand her own feelings better. And it's not like there's anything better to do in this huge desert. But deep down, she knows that there's another reason why she's trying. She wants an excuse to give up and let go. For the next few days after that, Yomichi tried everything she could think of. She tried doing all kinds of things in that short time between the moon world starting to crumble away and it disappearing completely. Holding Madobe's hand, holding onto one of the empty insect replica boxes together, even calling a friend from the day world and giving her phone to Madobe. Day after day, she tried everything, from things that sounded plausible to the silliest ones. But Madobe just couldn't come back with her. When the moon world disappeared, Yomichi was always alone. Seeing herself on an empty street, without Madobe by her side, always filled Yomichi with too much sadness for her to deal with. It felt like a happy, pleasant dream abruptly ending and shoving her back into reality. And she had to experience this over and over. Now, Yomichi is all out of ideas for new things to try. She finds Madobe laying down in the desert. Her long hair is full of sand. Normally that would have you worried, but Yomichi just sits down next to her. She can't see the city's blinking lights far away in the distance. Are there other cities on the moon, other than that one, she asks. Nope, that's the only one. Is it big? Yeah, well, maybe not. I don't know how big the city you live in is, so I'm not sure how it would compare. In my world, it's just city after city. And there's no desert. I guess there is, somehow. Well, people haven't been living here for that long. The city will get bigger eventually. Maybe there will be no desert left after a while. Really? Weren't you born here then? I was, but my grandma wasn't. Did she come here with, like, a rocket ship from another planet? I'm not sure. People probably came here from all sorts of places because they thought it was nice. And when enough people came, they founded the city. I wasn't there though, so I'm hazy on the details. So the game ends with her moving to the moon. Huh? Yomichi also lies down. The scent is soft enough to be surprisingly painless. It does kind of get into her clothes, but she has other things on her mind right now. They must have really liked this place to move all the way here. I wonder why. I mean, it's just a bunch of sand. Maybe they liked how quiet it is. Apart from their own, there was no voice to be heard. There wasn't even the sound of the wind blowing. I take it you don't like it here? I do. I love quiet places. That explains why you come so often. It's not like I come because I want to. I can't choose where I go. Yeah, makes sense. Midobi says before closing her eyes. But I bet you get to come here because you like it. I wonder. That sounds reasonable. Some of the words she's visited before felt uncomfortable, but she never stumbled upon those twice. Yomichi closes her eyes as well. There isn't much of a difference between the endless black sky and the back of her eyelids. Well, what about the stars? And then, silent tears start falling out of those very eyes. She loves this world. Being here feels nice. She wishes she could stay here forever. But it isn't her world. She has to go back and live in the day world. She knows it's true, and on some level, she also knows it's the right thing for her. She can faintly hear the sound of Midobi's breathing. She decides that this time will be the last. She came here tonight to say goodbye. I don't know. If this is like, if you're talking about like dream worlds and saying like, yeah, I won't dream for anymore. It's nothing you just stop. It's like it's something which should drift away, I feel. Like slowly it should slip through your fingers, not something which is bad and you should just say like, yeah, okay, cut, that's it. And in terms of playing the game, I feel like it's even sadder because we know in games things are possible. But there's no need to say goodbye in this quiet world. She could just disappear and never see Madobi again. Eventually she could forget her. She could forget this world. She forgot all those other worlds she's seen, and then she'd be able to grow up. Even if she ended up recalling them every once in a while, they'd just be distant memories of a childhood, slightly embarrassing, slightly pleasant. She waits without a word. It's even quieter than she expected. It's not as painful or as sad as she'd prepared herself for. A single tear. That is all. That doesn't feel right. Growing up should not be like that, like abandon your dreams. The silence of the moon's surface and Madobi's breathing give way to the city's chaotic noise. People talking, cars running, ads shouting. Everything gets fused together so much that she can't make out an individual sound. It was a huge jump from that silence to this noise. But she likes it as well. It makes her feel like she's back home from a long journey. So did it help her to feel like home in the real world, even though she doesn't like this full city? This looks, by the way, like an awful street. I just see like this pedestrian crossing right here. There are two cars. So chaotic. You can walk over here, but there are cars coming from there, but not from there. Okay. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Does it continue?
ありふれた今日もいつかは過ぎ去ってただ愛しく思うのかな滲んだ街の中でまた君の声をなぜか探してる 去ってただ愛しく思うのかな滲んだ街の中でまた君の声をなぜか探してる
I mean, it says next, so it's continuing. Not everything is lost. So is she now dreaming of Adobe being there, or was she really this person she sees, but she just like turns around and runs away again? I must say, like, also from like what I expected, like this music videos, I understand why it was like added in the game description, because it's definitely a part of it, and it stands out hugely. But I expected kind of a higher frequency of how it was described, and I don't know, I think that it was a fair description. It's not like I really love the art style. The art form. It was really nice. And I really hope for Madobi and Yomichi to continue this story. It would be just, I mean, it was right now already quite sad. She looks at the night sky through her window. It is silent and empty, but in a different way, and the desert on the moon. Yomichi has spent the last few evenings in silent boredom. As long as she stays by herself, locked up in her room, she won't be transported to any other world. She doesn't know why, but she learned this through experience. She is so bored that she started going to bed earlier. She even goes out to play with her classmates after school more often now. Walking around town or going to karaoke with them is fun in its own right. But is it fun in the way she wants it? Is it right for her? Like there's a difference between having fun and being yourself and being where you want to be. Whenever she keeps herself connected to the day world, spending time with her classmates, running errands for her parents, and so on, she cannot go to the other worlds. She also learned this through experience. Her time spent in the day world has grown, and her nights are now for sleeping. Sleeping is good. This has to be said, anyways. But you could sleep a day and have the night world. Today too, she's gone to bed early. It's only been a few days since she's decided she will not leave this world anymore. But her memories of the other worlds are already starting to become fainter. She can't remember how it felt to cry while drinking coffee in the tunnel. That memory keeps getting farther and farther away, like a dream after one wakes up. I mean, the difference right now is a little bit like she decided to not dream anymore. It's not like she is just not dreaming anymore because she has other things to do and other things keeping her busy. It's like she decided to become this adult and give up this dreams, and this feels super wrong. It feels sad, yes. It feels lonely, yes. But it beats growing melancholy every single night. Surely, one day, the memories of this will be gone, taking the sadness with her. I don't know. She's fine with this, and I'm not sure about this either. Is that what she wants? Is that what children want when they grow up? To lose this childish behavior? Do they want to lose this? I guess one day you just wake up and you realize that you don't have him anymore. But I never wished for this. I mean, I'm 28 and I still don't feel adult, and I still don't want to be adult. Although I know I am. If it means you're not dreaming anymore, then I'm not. Before falling asleep, she looks at the sky once more through the window, with its curtain still pulled back. In this world, there is no more. It's evening. A few more days have passed since then. After going out to play with her classmates after school, Yomichi is going back home right as the sun is setting. She started going toward a newly opened shop that was interested in before realizing that it was farther away than she thought and going back. She is exhausted from all the walking. When she gets close enough to her home that she can see the lights coming out of its windows, she sees the girl who looks to be around the same age as her. It's too dark to see her face clearly. Yomichi walks past her, but the girl quickly stops and turns back. Yomichi too stops and turns back to face the girl. Huh? Asahi? Now, when it's being lit by the streetlight, Yomichi recognizes her face. Or rather, she recognizes the faces only. The face itself is much more grown up than she remembers, and stunningly beautiful. The girl in question is Yomichi's childhood friend, a year younger than her. She used to live nearby, and the two of them met on a daily basis. At the time, she was Yomichi's best friend. However, she had to move away because of her parents' job. The two girls were too young to have phones on their own back then, so they lost all contact. Her memory in that regard is a bit fuzzy, but somehow she remembers that this parting was not particularly sad. She was probably too young to understand that maybe. The two of them would never meet again, and by the time she was old enough to understand it, she was already used to life without Asahi. The two sit together on a bench in a park nearby, and Yomichi explains her emotions, or lack thereof, at the time. In response, Asahi laughs. Seriously? I was pretty sad, you know. Well, everything around you changed at once. That's true. It really did. I was so nervous moving into this new place that I knew nothing about. New school and all. So you weren't sad about not being able to see me anymore, huh? I'm sure that was part of it though. Pretty sure. Yomichi laughs sarcastically. That probably only lasted until you made new friends, right? Can't deny that. Talking of her fills Yomichi with nostalgia. The more clearly the memories of her time resurface, the more Yomichi realizes how much she herself has changed since then. Even if it's only been a few years, she feels like a completely different person. And the same applies to the old friends she is looking at right now. She's not the Asahi she used to know. Why are you here, by the way? Are you moving back? No. I just had some business around here and I thought I'd check things out. Oh, I see. Yomichi realizes how relieved she is at hearing that. This place hasn't changed much. It's still how I remember it. definitely changed though, but she manages not to. She doesn't know what exactly has changed in Asahi. She looks a bit more grown up. Her high energy voice has gotten calmer, but that's not all. Now Yomichi doesn't know how she's supposed to talk to her anymore. To hide that fact, she fills in the silence as best as she can. How's the place you live in now? Oh, that's true. You don't know how to talk to anyone anymore, and this means you can't be silent with this person anymore. Because it's not like this natural anymore. That's actually a good way to put it. Like when you really know someone, it's like it's okay to be silent, but you talk about what you really want to talk to. Like you talk about things you know the other is interested in and stuff. And if not, then it's like you have to small talk. Hiding the fact that you don't know anyone anymore so that you talk, yeah. Makes sense. For me, for at least. Oh, not so bad. It's a bigger city than this. Oh, Yomichi only says that and even forgets to close her mouth. She has forgotten what she meant to say next. After all this time apart, surely they must have a lot of things to talk about, but not a single one comes to mind. Asahi pulls out her phone and starts typing away on it. She doesn't seem to mind the silence as much as Yomichi does. Yomichi feels like she's talking to someone from another world. Maybe, in a sense, she is from another world. Yomichi doesn't know much about the place Asahi lives now, but it's bound to be different from here. Different people, different trends, different news, different music, different shops. Even the way people speak could be different. In reality, it can't be that different. Yomichi knows this, but the gap between them feels so wide that this is the only way she can explain it. It doesn't feel like she wants to leave the other worlds behind if she comes up with this metaphor. And yet, how could she have such an easy time talking to Adobe, who literally came from another world? She never felt so uncomfortable having a conversation with her. Whatever nonsense Madobi suddenly threw at her, she could reply on the spot, even though their worlds are just that far away. Because in dreams it's like that. Dreams I can talk whatever shit I want and it's somehow working. And conversations don't make sense because we're skipping and everything. You have to know that reality is different. Yomichi still struggles to find the next topic. If you would really dream a whole hour of conversation, you would also struggle. After a short while, Asahi says that it's time for her to go back. Neither of them mentions the possibility of exchanging numbers. That's sad, but I feel that's true. Sometimes you live apart. Yomichi remains on the bench, thinking by herself. She starts wondering, if she spoke of this to Madobi, what would she say? Okay, now I get feelings for her. Like, of course, I thought like when Asahi showed up, like, okay, the order is a little bit wrong. She should have met Asahi and therefore left like the other worlds. And now it's like Asahi doesn't work and she goes back to Madobi, and this now also feels wrong. So it's like it's pretty damn good writing to like create a discomfort like this. Like that I don't know what's right now. Like both ways feel like wrong, but somehow understandable that you get into them and it's like this. Yeah, let's see how it turns out for me. Yomichi is glad that this world has no moon. If she was actually forced to see it hanging in the sky each night, she wouldn't have been able to stay indoors. Ever since meeting Asahi, she keeps wondering the same things. Why did speaking with Madobi come so easy to her? And what exactly is that world? Where is it? She believes that if that world is indeed somewhere that somewhere is inside of her, it's a creation of her own mind, in other words, a dream. That would explain how she could bring back two boxes with insect replicas inside. But that isn't so important. Maybe she was sleepwalking and had actually bought them herself without realizing it. The possibility that this is all there is to it instantly fills her with dread. She cannot come to terms with her desire to talk to Madobi again. If it had all just been a delusion, then she'd be longing to speak with herself. It would be hilariously sad. On the other hand, that would explain what she felt when talking with Asahi. If Madobi was just a figment of her imagination, it made sense that Yomichi felt at ease talking to her, since in practice, she was having a whole conversation just by herself. Yes. Yomichi lies down in her room and looks at the moonless sky outside. She never dreams of Madobi. Just that the whole world doesn't make sense. Like she has no moon, but still she dreams of a moon. It's really. I think it's really crazy how sometimes like stuff which, when you think through it, doesn't make sense, but it feels so right somehow. That's really a gift if you can pull that off. One afternoon on a day off from school, Yomichi gets a delivery. It's a small package without the sender's name. It's addressed to her, but she has no idea what it could be. Since her family isn't home, weird as it is, she has no choice but to accept the delivery herself. She then goes back to her room. So it's from Asahi, probably. Sitting on her bed, she opens the package. So Asahi. No. It's a box with insect replicas inside. The insect is a butterfly with white wings. It's exactly the same as the boxes she has received many times during her travels in other worlds. A small wooden box with a glass lid. She is surprised and confused. When she looks at the back of the box, she becomes even more surprised. There is another recipient's address written on there. It reads, Moon City, Madobi. I don't know if it's right. What are you doing? So she's now going back to Madobi, delivering it and probably staying there. And the whole Asahi plotline was just to throwing us off, to like let us think there would be a future like this, what I said in the beginning, like this transversion of like spending more of your life in the real world because you find this this real life joy, like the place you belong to, the home in the real world, finally. And now it tells us like, no, go back now. What? I mean, of course, it's all fictional, and maybe you could all turn it around, it would still make sense. But I'm torn. I don't know. Her head starts spinning so fast that she has to lie down. It must be a dream. No doubt, she wanted to see Madobi so badly that she has started dreaming of her. After all, her delusions were so strong that she used to end up in different worlds each night. A simple dream isn't much by comparison. She is sure of it. Disappointed in herself, she just sleeps. When she wakes up, the box is still there. The butterfly, too, is still inside of it. Yomichi entertains an idea. Maybe the butterfly is waiting for the box to be delivered to its actual destination before it's flying out. Makes sense? So she has to Midori. She's more or less forced to do this. Okay, I think I'll speed a little bit up because I'm getting really curious. For a while after that, everything felt like a dream, whether she was asleep or awake. When she wakes up, it definitely looks like a normal morning, but when seeing the wooden box on her desk, it goes back to feeling like a dream. Even at school, even when she's chatting with her classmates, she's always thinking of a new world. It would be as easy as hiding or throwing away the insect replica box, but she can't. I wonder what walking on the moons feels like. Ending up saying that to a classmate was the tipping point. She knew she had to face the box once and for all. It's been a week now from when she received it. This is a box that was delivered to her here, in the day world. And for some inexplicable reason, it has Madobi's name on it. Is Madobi's world more than just a delusion? Is it actually real? If so, whoever sent her that box must also be able to travel through worlds, right? However, the delivery didn't have the sender's name on it. There was no label number to look up information with either. Furthermore, when she tried looking up the delivery service that brought it to her, it didn't even show up on the internet. She decided that if she ever got another package from them, she would ask directly. But will there ever be another package? Despite her newfound resolve to face the box, it's still enshrouded in mystery. Asking a classmate or an adult about other worlds could work, but she definitely doesn't want to do that. They'd probably roll her eyes at her, and she also feels that speaking to anyone about this would somehow spoil it. Even if she has decided not to go there anymore, her memories of those worlds are still dear to her. She doesn't want those memories to be made fun of or dismissed as impossible. That day, the friends she usually hang out with all just so happened to be busy and went home early. She wanted to go home too, but she felt staying in her room for too long would drive her insane. There's still time before sunset. Yomichi rides on a train. Has she the box with her? It's been a while since she's last been to this part of town. As she flows through the crowd on the station, her mind at first is blank, but little by little, a thought starts budding in her mind. She remembers what the moon world looks like. There's something that has always confused her. If there isn't a moon in this world, how does she even know what the moon is? She already knew about it before going to the moon world, a yellowish round celestial body that you can see at night. And even if they don't know about the moon world, her classmates know about the moon too. Maybe they learned about it in some picture book, or in a textbook, or in a novel. But then again, why would people in a moonless world write about the moon? She lets her thoughts flow freely as she moves with the crowd. As she goes with the of the city, she eventually finds herself in a familiar. The city is always full of people. You can never see the same view twice, and memorizing all that you see would be impossible. If you close your eyes for a second because of passing car with its blinding headlights, when you open them up again, the view has already changed. Yomichi likes how fluid and ever-changing the city is. As she strolls, her mind comes up with a different view than what her eyes are seeing. A forest of lush trees, a roaring, splashing waterfall, the waves on a beach. She doesn't know if she's ever actually seen any of these things before. She tries remembering what a city is actually supposed to look like. The crowded pedestrian crossings, the bustling districts full of barkers, the damp alley, and of course, the street she's looking at now. If she doesn't keep herself grounded like this, she feels like she might lose it. Waterfall. Okay, splashing. Beach. She tries remembering what the city is actually supposed to look like. LA? Blinding. A car runs through the street at a concerning speed. She wonders if she'd ever have to ride one herself. She doubts she ever could. I hate driving cars. I mean, I haven't driven a car probably now in at least 4 years, and before this I think also like 4 years back, and still frightens me. A car, also. Where are all the cars headed anyway? They surely all have different destinations, but they all move together in a huge flow, spreading through the city. So as she goes with the flow of the city, in a familiar alley. Ich glaube, and I think. Oh my god. Yes. So we're back in the alley. As she goes with the flow of the city, she eventually finds herself in a familiar alley. The crowd gradually becomes thinner until eventually she's alone. She has gone with the flow so far that now she's stranded by herself in a place she doesn't know. This isn't even a rare occurrence for her. She could keep walking some more or just go back towards the station. You know when you like just follow like a crowd and like suddenly the crowd thins more and more and more, and you look left and right and suddenly you're alone. That's always a crazy feeling, like how like just like the change, and it's like you never can really tell like when it's not a crowd anymore and you feel like alone, because it's like when we are like solely a few patches of people, like a few groups running, you already feel like you're not part of this bulk anymore. And yeah. Continue going. But on second thought, she doesn't know this place. She has been here once before. It's the street where she once saw a girl that looked like Madobi. Remember that, she wonders if it could possibly be true. She wonders if Madobi could actually live in this world. A lot of things have gone through her head since she received that package, but she finally realizes something. The delivery meant that someone else in this world knew about the moon world. But what if that someone was Madobi? Maybe she only lives here during the day and goes there at night, like Yomichi does. Madobi said that she lived in the Moon City. Can that really be trusted? Now, Yomichi is alone in the alley. It's the same alley as back then, but it feels different. Maybe because it's a different time of the day. After hesitating for a while, Yomichi starts walking. Assuming that walking around here she could run into that girl again, and assuming that that girl was indeed Madobi. What does Yomichi even want? Does she want to see her again? There was also like this thought that lingering in my mind, like, what is not just Yomichi right now, but what is me, the reader, longing for right now for that? What I said before, like I don't really, it feels wrong somehow, but I mean, as a reader, you always want some sort of metaphorical ending or something like this, like some sort of closure and stuff. And right now, I don't really know what I'm longing for. Even though I feel like I can grasp it. It's like, on the one hand, I still think about Asahi and like the real world now. Now it's like Madobi might be real world too. It's also like a thing, but moments ago it was like, yeah, bring back the box to the moon world. So there are so many things going on right now, even though it's not. It didn't feel like many story elements were like made here, and still they managed to get quite a good involvement, I feel. She believes that it would be better not to, but at the same time she wants to see her again to talk to her again. In any case, she starts walking to see Madobi, or to be sure once and for all that Madobi is not here. However, this is going to end. She can't leave for now. She keeps walking. White as the sky becomes wet before starting to turn dark. Yomichi sees a girl in front of her. The girl she has seen so many times in the moon world is now in front of her in an alley in her own world's afternoon. Hey! Yomichi calls out as she goes after her. So it was option number 2. Yomichi and Madobi are both from the same city. The first things to lose their shape are the shadows falling on the street. As their contours blur, so does the whole city. The concrete walls look like they have become a thick, heavy fog. Heavy as it is, fog is just fog. It can't keep a building standing. Looking up, Yomichi sees the electrical poles turning into sand and slowly crumbling away. The faintest trace of wind is enough to blow away both the sand and the fog. The asphalt under her feet starts stirring into waves and eventually flows away. The city she knows so well from her day world is disappearing, like the other worlds she visited at night. The houses and large buildings which looked so eternal have crumbled away in an instant. Before long, Yomichi has no idea where she is anymore. The whole city has turned into a homogeneous mixture of sand and fog. And then the cloudy sky goes away. Not the clouds. The sky itself goes away. The sunset tinted canopy flies away. Revealing the vast, dark space behind it. The stars are shining over Yomichi's head. And welcome back. She's standing over the white sand. It feels like she has just woken up. It's the same as when the night worlds disappeared and she found herself awake in the day world. Except this time, the opposite has happened. Yomichi is in the desert on the moon. And in front of Yomichi, there she is. Madobi, who turned back when Yomichi called out to her, is standing there. The only thing that haven't crumbled away are Yomichi and Madobi. Everything surrounding them has disappeared and then changed into something else. It all happened to the second they locked eyes. It's as if the world was waiting for them to see each other. When she sees Yomichi, Madobi smiles like usual. If it isn't Yomichi, that is what it takes for Yomichi to fully realize that she is, in fact, in the moon world. More than the sand beneath her feet, and more than the vista surrounding her, Madobi's relaxed voice is what gives context to this whole place. It's been a while, huh? When Madobi laughs, Yomichi can't help but laugh as well. Girls are staring at the empty moon around them like they used to. What were you doing? The damp air filling the alley is nowhere to be found. But Yomichi knows that moments before she was in the day world and that Madobi was there before. Yes, what was I doing? Madobi starts sniffing. The desert around them smells moon-like. Then she smells her own clothes. Oh, I remember, she says, snapping her finger. I was going to a coffee shop, but I lied. It's been a while. Remember how I told you they changed my beans? Well, won't you know? They changed them back. Great. Yomichi can't look straight at Madobi's laughing face. And that coffee shop is in that town? In that world you were in earlier? Yep. She was in the city, and the city had no moon. So of course it's the same city, because it had no moon. There's one city on the moon. It feels like something I should have not missed. You were in that world too? Sure was. Yomichi opens her mouth, but she doesn't find anything to say. She doesn't even know how she's managing to stay up on her feet. There must be hundreds of questions that she wants to ask, but she can't come up with a single one. She stays there in silence, staring at the black sky for a while, but there's no point in looking at an empty sky. Looking at it for too long confuses her even further. She starts forgetting where she is, and thinking becomes that much more difficult. But on the other hand, it helps her talk. You can go to the other worlds too? She asks in a whisper, so low that anyone farther away than Madobi couldn't have heard her. I can. Since when? Always? I'm not sure. Since when I was about your age, I guess. So you've been to the worlds other than this and the one where we were before? Of course. Did you know about the coffee shop in the tunnel? I don't think I do. What about the floating island? Oh, what's that? This sounds cool. Yomichi can't say anymore. Her chest hurts as if an old scar had been ripped open. She has to focus just to keep breathing. She takes her time to figure out what the Madobi has just said. Alright, Madobi says, after looking at Yomichi's blank stare for a while. I forgot that you are just, that age. Yomichi had no idea what she means. She cocks her head to one side, and Madobi looks satisfied with his reaction. So, you belong to that city? Belong? You were born in that world, right? Yeah, I think so. That explains a lot. It does. Yomichi still can't understand why Madobi is smiling. Madobi knows something and is going to explain it to Yomichi. It's probably something that Yomichi could never expect. She'd be surprised not to be surprised. But then she realizes something. Wait, she thinks maybe that one possibility she'd always considered was actually true. Wait. Yomichi stares at the door. Could it be that it's just not me? And not just you and me either? Madobi returns the stare, and that's enough to tell Yomichi that what she's thinking is right. Could it be that everyone can go to different worlds? Yomichi asks her a question and holds her breath. This possibility had only crossed her mind unconsciously so far, but it had. I hope that's true. I hope that's not true. She finds herself hoping for both outcomes. Of course. Madobi gives her a slow nod. But do all go to different worlds? We all of us live in many worlds, not just one. Okay, so in this game, yes. That's true of everyone once they are old enough, about your age. When you close your eyes because the sun's too bright, when you space out, walking in the middle of a crowd, when someone calls out to you all of a sudden, you don't know where you will go and when, but you will end up in another world. Madobi looks at the moon city far away. So, kind of like the metaphor for like everyone dreams and everyone has these escape places. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, everyone dreams about that. Where you're going is probably super different. But with the growing up, I don't really get it, because children, more than anyone else, probably dream in different worlds. There are many different worlds, with different kinds of people living in them. And of course, they can all go to all kinds of worlds. Okay, so I mean, in the game universe, it's like this universal rule. The worlds really exist and you travel there. I think it's maybe trying to see a metaphor in it doesn't work. It's really a world created like this. And sometimes they can meet with someone in two different worlds, like we did. But that's pretty rare. You're the first one I've ever met in two separate worlds. Wait, but it's still two separate worlds. So the city they are living on is not the city on the moon. I don't know. Could this be a translation error? Yomichi is listening to Madobi's words as if in a daze. Really? Everyone? Like my classmates, my teachers, my mom. Yes, everyone. Well, I guess you're a bit precocious. Different people start at different ages. How do you know all of this? Who taught it to you? My parents. I was way younger than you are now. You probably don't know because you were born in that world. What do you mean? Do you know about the moon? I do. I don't mean this place we're on now. I mean the one in the sky. Yomichi turns to her imagination and sees the yellowish-white sphere rising once the sun's down. Yes, I do know about it. But there's no moon in your world, right? Yeah. A long, long time ago, everyone lived on a planet that you could see the moon from. Medobi starts sounding like she's reading a fairy tale. I think that they built the planet you're from to resemble that old planet. The cities, the way people go about their lives, it's all the same as that old planet. I don't get it. So what? They say that the people on that old planet couldn't go to other worlds, she explains, sounding as if she's trying to recall a distant memory, despite having never lived through it. Everyone was in the same world, day and night. I mean, it's just something I heard about, mind you. So I guess that, over there, speaking about other worlds is taboo. Or a rule, you could say. Like a rule that lets you skip in this world. That must make it hard for girls like you, Medobi continues, looking slightly sad. Your world is a nostalgic one. A copy of the world before people could go to other worlds. That's why nobody ever explained anything to me. Neither your parents nor your teachers. I mean, even if they don't, you're bound to find out once you're starting doing it. But the people in your world just keep up the pretense. But what about you? You weren't born in that world. Me? No, I was born in that city over there. I couldn't go to your world before becoming an adult. But then, what about my friends at school? They don't know about this. That depends. Probably, some do and some don't. Like some kids fall in love for the first time earlier than others. But why didn't anybody tell me this? I can't say for sure, since I'm not from that world. Medobi puts her hands on her hips and starts thinking. She also knows about Yomichi's day world. She's never been inside a school, but she has run into children about Yomichi's age several times. Think of it like this. You felt like you couldn't talk about it to anyone, right? So nobody heard about it from you either. Oh, I didn't tell anybody about it, yes. Yomichi feels like she's listening to a weird fairy tale. She understands, but she's having a hard time believing any of it. To Yomichi, hers was a nostalgic reenactment of life in the good old days when the sky still had a moon on it. Her life was a normal thing, the only possible thing. I feel like I'm in another world. Because you are? I know, that's not what I mean. All kinds of thoughts are floating around in Yomichi's head. She can't predict what she'll end up thinking after she's calmed down. All she can do is stare at the desert of white sand. But among all those thoughts, one keeps raising its head over and over. So, everyone can go to other worlds. Yep. My parents, my teachers, my friends too. Everyone. So that means she finally finds the words to say what she was thinking. So So I don't need to live there forever? Medobi replies with a quick nod. Yeah, unless you want to. Yomichi feels something on her face. They're slow, calm tears. They feel like somebody else's. They are warm. She feels relieved and anxious at the same time, happy and sad. She clenches the sleeves of her shirt. As her vision blurs behind her tears, she thinks back to the many worlds she's visited so far. It really understands well that you long for different endings to come out. Now it's back to, yeah, she will live on the moon. Oh, there are pretty birds on her. I thought it was just some abstract art. Yomichi doesn't know whether Madobi saw her tears. She speaks like a parent talking to a child who can't understand a very simple concept. Nobody lives in just one world. Except for when they are really young. People live in many worlds. They live in them? Yes, they do. So, you live in that world and sometimes you go visit another one? Not quite. Sometimes I'm there, yes. But I live in a whole bunch of worlds. I was born here, but that's it. It's not like I have to come back to sleep here every single night. It's just another world to me. I see. For you, your world is the one you've spent the most time in. But that's just because you're so young. Eventually, you'll have spent so much time in so many places that you'll feel attached to all of them the same amount. I wonder if it's the same for my mom and dad too. I'm sure it is. You don't know where they are while you're at school, do you? I don't. Sometimes they are with you, sometimes they're not. That's true of all people. Well, there was Ito. Ito didn't leave the world. Ito was happy where she was. So it's not true for all people. There are people who deny this. And I think the tunnel world bartender, I mean, one could argue that it was, no, I think it was pretty much what you said, walking down there. Okay, don't kill anything with logic. Your friends, teachers, neighbors, there are times where you don't know where they are. And there are times when you don't know where I am either, right? Right. Yomichi imagines that someone must have said these very same words to Medobi before. She still can't grasp this quite yet. To her world is the real one, and the others' ones are just delusions that she stumbles into. Delusions eventually disappear, leaving nothing behind. But then again, she saw the day world disappear as well. I thought that my world, the world where I was born, was the only real one. I know. I used to think the same thing. But that's not true. It's not. It's the world in which you were born. That's all. So I have to live in a bunch of different worlds? It's not that you have to. It just kind of happens since you can't choose what worlds you go to. Is it possible that I never managed to go back to the world I was born in again? I've heard of people like that. It depends on you. If you don't need to go there, you won't be able to. Even though I'm not the one choosing where I go. Yes, you didn't choose to come here, but you wanted to see me, right? It's not like I wanted to come here just to see you. So you like the place? This empty desert? I do. So, that's why you came. Du wolltest doch, you just wanted to see Medobi. Say it. Medobi says that Yomichi can do what she wants. She's not being kind, nor is she being cold. It's just the truth. Yomichi is free to do what she wants. She can live in many different worlds. That sounds wonderful. But Yomichi can't just feel happy about it. There's a huge but lingering in her mind. What's the but? But is that okay? Yomichi manages to put her thoughts into words. Can I really live here and there in all these worlds? Can we really live if we are not all in the same world? Medobi looks into Yomichi's eyes. If we all live like that then, even if we are together, maybe the other person will go to another world right after it. Maybe they live in a completely different way and they think completely different things. Well, I mean, today with social media and everything, with all our bubbles, we all live in different worlds already. By saying it out loud, Yomichi is trying to come to terms with what she is thinking. To her, having just one world to live in is normal. People can live together because that is the norm for everyone. They can help each other and try to improve their world. I don't know how to put this, but should people all live together and help each other out? As she says this with a sniff, Yomichi has to put in a lot of effort not to break into tears again. She breathes in as slowly as she can. She doesn't want Medobi to see her cry. That would be embarrassing. Medobi quietly waits for her to breathe out. I see. You have a point. She said with a nod after waiting for Yomichi to stop talking. Why are there so many worlds? Why do we have to live going from one to another? I don't know. I wish we could ask the gods or ancestors or something, she added with a shrug. But you see, she continues with a warm smile. Wouldn't it be hard to all live in the same world? I'm not sure. That doesn't make a lot of sense to her. After all, that's what she had always assumed was true. Everyone has to live in the same place, according to the same rules. Not much freedom as well. Not that I think it's bad necessarily. But we couldn't do it, so we started living all spread out over many worlds probably. Well, you. Humanity. This got really big really quickly. Did it? Well, I guess it is big. Medobi says, scratching her head. Let's make it smaller then. Just about you, she says, with a teasing laugh. Rather than only having one world, aren't you happier being able to come here and see me? Yomichi thinks about it for a while and then starts laughing. Indeed, that makes it feel smaller, insignificant, nothing worth worrying about. It's a little bit like, I feel like metaverse idea, like when we all live uploaded, it would be all kinda like living in different worlds. And I mean, discussion whether it's good or not, they are out there. She looks up and wipes away her tears. Her damp face feels slightly cold. I guess I am. Of course, it's not insignificant. She still doesn't quite understand what living through many worlds means. She's not ready to think about whether it's a good thing or not. But she knows how hard it is to be forced to live in a single world. She hates to admit it, but she was often relieved when she reached the other worlds. Maybe it's fine not to feel at home in the day world. Maybe it's fine to treasure your time in the other worlds. She looks at the countless lights far away. She has never been there, but she knows it's a city full of people. They live there, but not just there. There's no single real world. Yomichi says, mostly to herself. Everyone has a lot of worlds they live in. Everyone has a lot of places they call home. Saying it helps her accept the reality. It will take a while longer until she can fully come to terms with it. She still can't believe that her parents and friends travel through this world the same way she does. But at the same time, she realizes that it must be true. People are not strong enough or kind enough to all share a similar world. They go from place to place, from connection to connection, living their lives. For a moment, she decides to stop worrying about other people and of scarily large concepts such as humanity. For now, she'll think about herself. Can I come here again? Of course. Midori walks up to Yomichi and stands by her side. They walk together like they used to do once. Like they will always do when Yomichi comes back here, time and again. Yomichi is excited about her future. The moon desert around her shows no sign of ending. Sad, sad hot latte. cool idea. And yeah, my biggest complaint is still this. You didn't have to see this much. But for this you had to deal with this little fella and me. I mean, though, of course, it's like when you look at a story where you sometimes wish like small changes. Like for me now, I felt in the end, I was rushing, I didn't want to say much more, but I felt, for me personal, I wished there was a more open ending in terms of judging whether it's right or not, because it's a super cool idea they have. They have really cool approach in terms of story writing, like mixing up what me, the reader, was longing for in the end. I mean, it's more like for a childhood fan now, it feels like a really strange episode. It was just a small thing, and somehow this feels also like one of these this world she says she returned to but felt uncomfortable. That's super weird. This was like delivered as a real world, and in the end they were mixing it all up. That like the fourth one had was like I mean, from the start, what I said, exactly I don't know what I'm talking about. I was like, yeah, I was simply felt like, yeah, you come back to the real world. The whole concept of the story was that this term didn't exist. So yeah, it was great story writing. I loved the artwork. I loved auch the idea of like when the text showed up, it was very present. That it was not just the lines down here. So yeah, can't really say anything. But good. So yeah, I don't know if you're done, because I see we have tossed the kilo. So let's just look at this quickly. But yeah, if you like the game so far, go check it out on Steam. It's I don't even remember the price, but small studio, they deserve it. They have a lovely studio, and yeah, tell people about it if you think they would love a game, to check it out. Okay, we have one more riddle or so. In the city at night, Yomichi finds herself thinking about she's walking through the city at night. It's been a while now. When she closes her eyes, the noise grows distant. The desert on the moon, coffee, the prairie, and the insect replica box. Oh, don't tell me this is now the multiple endings. I was thinking mostly about the prairie. Now can I go back there? Is this now a little bit the idea that I can visit these worlds? In the city at night, Yomichi finds herself thinking about the prairie. Do I go there? Yes. After taking a deep breath and filling her lungs with the scent of fresh grass, Yomichi opens her eyes to an unusual sight. She didn't expect her to be there, but there she was. The wind was gently flowing over the prairie, all the way to the extremely close horizon. A small stream was running through it to eventually fall down into the blue sky. In front of Yomichi is a small hut. The air she has been enjoying was floating the island. The woman standing there is facing away from Yomichi. Usually she only leaves the hut to tend to a field or to the sheep, but right now she's doing neither. She's just standing there. At least that's what it looks like from here. Yomichi isn't sure whether she should speak to her. However, this island is too small to ignore each other. Hello, Ito. Oh, Yomichi. She turns around, showing her tired face. What are you doing? Nothing in particular. After staring at Yomichi for a while, she sits down on the grass, hugs her knees, and points to a side with her gaze. Yomichi takes that as an invitation and sits down next to her. The wind's caresses have made the grass cold. What about you? What? You asked what I was doing, right? What about you? Oh, I was at school until now. School, huh? Do you know what that is? More or less. There is no school in this small world, and Ito has never been to any other one. How are the other worlds like? Oh, please stay there. That's the beauty about this world. They're all different, I guess. Are there scary ones? You could say that. Are there dangerous ones? You could say that too. Have you ever thought that you were going to die? No, nothing bad. Oh, there was one time though, Yomichi says, recalling an episode from when she was a little child. Before I even started going to school, I almost got run over by a car. I thought I was going to die. Maybe? Ito asks, hugging her knees even harder. I only have a vague idea of what a road is, or what a car is for that matter. But you didn't die after all. Yeah, I got lucky, got away with just a few scratches. But you could have died. Yeah. Are there a lot of roads and cars? Yeah. So many. I see them every single day. Isn't that dangerous? I guess it is. Well, it's definitely more dangerous than this place. I figured. Yomichi looks at the endless expanse of grass around her. Of course, it ends abruptly into a cliff after just a short while. But you can't tell while sitting down. If you forgot about what you know for a second, you would even think that it literally goes on forever. What about you? Have you ever thought that you were going to die? Never, Ito immediately replied. Not once ever. She doesn't even need to search her memory. She knew this with certainty from the very start. Yeah, this place looks very safe. Ito gives no reply. The wind blows and the grass sways. The clouds fly and the sheep bleat. They are eating grass. What a peaceful little picture. So unnaturally peaceful that it looks like someone has painted it that way. Sometimes the cloud will change its shape, or a sheep will move a few steps. But all in all, it's still the same peaceful little picture. It's like time doesn't even move here. It'd be impossible to feel one's life threatened in a place like this. Everything is just so slow and relaxed. Even if someone brought a car here, it probably couldn't run any faster than a person. The air around here feels like it could make even engines feel more relaxed. Exactly. Ito's reply doesn't sound as peaceful as its surroundings. To Yomichi, who was almost falling asleep, this feels like a slap in the face. Time doesn't move here. Nothing ever moves. Nothing ever changes. Her words betray a hint of dismay. It will all look the same tomorrow, and the day after that, and next year, and probably forever. Yomichi starts feeling scared. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. It's never been a problem for me. Yomichi cannot tell why Ito sounds so worried, so she just quietly waits for her to say more. As for Ito, after listening to the streams gurgling for a short while, she turns back. She's looking at the small wooden hut where she lives. Yomichi also turns to look at it. It is exactly the same as when Yomichi saw it for the first time. Well proportioned, considering how small this island is, but way too small to imagine that someone lives in it. It's so unassuming that you start imagining it's hiding something. Yomichi sees some things moving inside the hut's small window. It's a person. He suddenly came here the other day, Ito says. A boy, even smaller than me. He was standing there by himself in front of the door. It's not rare for me to have visitors, but he was a bit different. He was lost and didn't know how to get back home. The reason for Ito's worry has now become clear. And so now he's staying here. The window shows the same silhouette moving behind it once again, but it's too blurry to tell it's a young boy. Now Yomichi understands why Ito was outside. She was confused and worried because of a situation she had never experienced before. Because of this change. A small change in the world she had always thought would never change. Okay, so a little bit what I said before. You never know when your world you thought you are in peace with and which will just stay the same gets disrupted. So you are forced to be ready to move forward and to find a new safe space. Yomichi can't tell whether the boy inside the hut is looking at them or not. She tries imagining what he looks like. Is it okay to leave him by himself? I think so. He had some soup and he calmed down. I wonder why he came here. I have no idea. But he had probably no reason to come here. He wasn't even trying to come here. He just happened to. Well, I guess the same goes for me too. I just happened to get here. That being said, Yomichi's situation is very different from the boys. In a few hours, if not less, Yomichi will have left to another world. She can't even imagine how it must feel for a boy who doesn't know how to leave or where to go. Maybe it's his first time going to another world. Was your first time like that too? Getting lost and being stuck in that world for days? No, I think it didn't even take me a full hour to get back. Oh, Ito's shoulders dropped. Even though it's never happened to her, the idea of getting lost in another world makes sense to Yomichi. She was told that different people start traveling through worlds at different ages. And maybe the way they get there depends on the person as well. She has no doubt that the boy is scared and confused. However, she has no clue how to help Ito out. She doesn't know how to send the boy back to his world, or whether sending him back home is a good idea to begin with. Actually, Ito says, facing away from the hut. Something like this already happened once. Back when my mom was still alive, a little child walks in and ends up staying with us for a few days. But it was so long ago that I don't remember it well. I see. What happened to the kid? After a few days, suddenly the kid disappeared. He went back home, my mom told me. Ito goes on to make a point out of his story. I think it's bound to happen every once in a while. Someone comes here, stays for a while, and then goes away. I have to prepare 2 beds and cook for 2, but it's no big deal, and having someone who can chat with is fun. She explains that even with this unexpected guest, life isn't that hard. But still, she says, clenching her small, slender hands. I didn't know that change could be so scary. As she looks at the blue sky, her eyes are still as clear and dry as always. If tomorrow isn't the same as yesterday, that means that maybe tomorrow won't be the same as today, and I didn't know that this was so scary. I don't mind the boy. When he's gone, everything will go back to normal, I think. Yomichi doesn't know what to say. At first, she didn't even understand why Ito is so scared. She thought that her fear came from how limited her worldview was, how limited her world was, a world where time does not move. But strangely, as she looks into Ito's eyes, she starts thinking back to when she was in middle school. Specifically, her first day in middle school. Most people from her grade school go to the same middle school after graduating, so it wasn't that big of a change. A different building and different teachers, but little else. Nevertheless, she was scared. Scared of going to a new place and meeting new people. It wasn't the school she'd been going up to that day. For the first time she stepped into her classroom, she felt out of place. Maybe it was feeling something similar, but way more intense. Today, being different from yesterday can be that scary. She looks around the timeless world around her. The wind will move the grass and change the shape of clouds, but the world itself remains unchanged. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow all look the same. She turns back once again towards the hut. The silhouette behind the window is the only thing she can see. Where is that boy from? Why did he come here? Those may be reasonable questions, but not important ones. Even if a boy suddenly disappeared, that would make Ito feel better. She's scared because now she's aware of a possibility of change. I wonder, will you ever go to another world? That question just popped into Yomichi's mind. I don't know. Yomichi can't explain why, but she's sure that it will never happen. I agree. She will stay there. If the world doesn't change, I think it's good to have a haven like this. I think it sounds like a good thing, or it sounds like the right thing at least. This world does not change. The grass sways, the clouds move, and the sun circles from one horizon to the other, but those are just parts of a never-ending cycle. New houses won't be built, cities won't be founded. That could be this world's rule. There's no change and everything stays the same way forever. Well, on the other hand, somehow she was born there, so her mother maybe went once to another world. Or her father came to this world. Usually, Ito lives within the scope of that rule. Her life doesn't change. This world's rules prevents it from doing so. That could be a bad thing, or it could be a good one. Yomichi remembers the conversation the two of them had at one time. It was about knowing nothing but this unchanging world and only living within it. Maybe this is what her ancestors wanted, living in the middle of a calm prairie where time does not flow. Change is scary. Ito mutters those words again. But maybe that's why that boy came here. Ito is looking at the wind flowing through the grass and thinking. Her thoughts, too, flow through her mind and eventually leave her mouth. Yomichi silently listens. When he first got here, he was very scared. I don't know what he was scared of, and he was trying to hide it, but I could tell. I don't think he doesn't know the way back home. I think he just doesn't want to go back. Maybe he doesn't even have a place to go back. Or that way she went there herself. Ito takes a deep breath and continues. That's why he came here. Here, nothing changes. Whatever that boy is scared of can't get him here. Which made me realize, maybe that's what this place is all about. Maybe way back then, way before my mom was born, someone came here because he just felt like that boy. And sometimes people keep coming because they are scared of the way things change. They want to be in a place where nothing ever changes. Hearing this, Yomichi realizes that maybe this holds true for her as well. This world is a place of rest and comfort. You know that whenever you come, you will always find the exact same world waiting for you. That day, after mulling over her worries for so long, Yomichi decided to stay in her own world forever. But that wasn't the only choice she had. For example, she could have chosen to stay here with Ito for a while. So, if things never change, will that boy stay here forever? She wants to know how it would have been if she had chosen to stay here. Now, knowing that everyone can travel through worlds and can have more than one place they call home, she doesn't know whether she would have come to the same decision. However, Ito shakes her head. No, that boy will leave eventually, she says, without a shred of doubt in her voice. Nothing changes here, that's true, but not completely. Sometimes people like you come to visit. Sometimes they bring gifts, food, clothes, and so on. I couldn't make it here without that connection, even if it's a very small one. And as long as this world is connected to places that change, little by little, it will change too. She runs a finger across the buttons on her dress. Buttons that came from another world. I wish I could cut that connection and make this a really unchanging world. Then it'd be stopped being scary. But I couldn't do that. Just think of the weather. Sometimes there's not enough rain, or there's too much. It's the visitors from the other worlds that help me out at times like those. If nobody ever came, I wouldn't be able to live here anymore. The wind gets stronger and makes Ito's bangs sway over her forehead. Heavy clouds gather above. Yomichi has never seen it rain in this world, so this is a bit surprising for her. But if it never rained, the river would dry up and the grass would die. Maybe there's nothing that never changes. Yomichi states the obvious. It's an obvious concept, but one that you would rarely think about. That's true. I mean, I said I feel like my thoughts were a little bit dumb all the time, or not really original stuff. But on the other hand, I usually don't think about it, so it needs like a trigger, and the game was a good trigger for this. So again, it's a good thing. And I hope everyone of you thinks about these things too now. When you are living through a series of unremarkable days, it's normal to imagine that days like those will keep following forever. You're right, but that's why I don't want to change. Ito says, putting the palms of her hands together. I wish there was at least one place that never changes. I wish that it was this one here. She's explaining this to herself as much as to Yomichi. She needs to put her wishes into words to truly accept them. To Yomichi, it looks like she's praying. Maybe knowing nothing about the other worlds and never changing are bad things. But I will stay here, so that the people who come here can feel safe. I know it's not a bad thing. She's praying. She doesn't know for who, for herself, who's scared of changing, but also for her visitors. And at the same time for an island. She wishes there was an unchanging place, even if it isn't here, or even if it is. This is what makes it a prayer. She hasn't decided or resolved to do anything. She's just praying. pulls her hands apart and stands up. I feel a bit better after talking to you, Yomichi. Her mind is still wavering, but the steady steps she takes towards the hut don't show it. I know, I felt better after talking to you two some time ago. I can tell you look like you're enjoying yourself. To say the truth, Yomichi is still as confused as ever. She can't quite convince herself that everyone can travel through worlds and that her own native world is specifically one as to hide this fact. However, she feels that it's a matter of time and that it will start to make sense eventually. The truth will slowly reach her like the rain seeping into the earth drop by drop. The same probably applies to Ito as well. She doesn't need anyone to explain anything to her. She needs time. After enough time, she will understand why her ancestors decided to come to this world. A world built out of a fear of change and a wish for stability. An unchanging lifestyle that keeps the right people in. Yomichi stands up as well. Can I come stay here too if I'm feeling down? Ito turns around to face Yomichi and gives her a gentle nod. Yes, always. Yomichi smiles. The world always has never made her this happy before. Ending 3, Heart in the Prairie. So the different endings is... I like the idea, but again, like with a music video, it's like they build something in so that like, oh yeah, it's this game, and everyone has another picture in his head when he plays the game. But it's a good thing they are doing. I like the idea of like now going to the different worlds and seeing what's going on there. And now one would have to play the whole game again, or what? I think so. Or can you just jump in? I won't play the other endings. If you want to see them, play for yourself. The game is out there. But I think you can. Okay. That's it. I hope, I still don't know if I will put this up. But if I did, and you watched the video, thank you very much. And I hope you could enjoy it. It's a lovely game, I think. I hope you could bear my German accent. I hope it wasn't too bad. And I hope my wandering mind about ideas was not too dull, was not too exhausting. I know many people don't like this kind of games because it's too slow paced. But I mean, you clicked on a video about a visual novel, so I'm pretty sure you know what to expect. Thanks a lot, have fun, and see ya. Ciao.